minute, dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Oh. Oh. Team Queso.
Zeta Division.
Best of the bad bunch, reply Totem.
I've got SK Gaming. Welcome to the penultimate day of the challenge season. It is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
3 teams share the top spot, and a gauntlet has been laid down for that 4th place in the Challenge Finals. Welcome to the Brawl Stars Challenge season. It's our 6th day of the competition, and of course, things are really starting to heat up. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host, and joining me in this lovely studio is, of course, Sunny, Ark, and Trav. Sunny, we're going to kick things off with you. Yesterday, it was a day of upsets, it was a day of sweeps, it was very exciting times, wasn't it? But at least a step in the right direction for Zeta and for Queso, but was it a little bit too little too late?
That's really the question now. We have 5 teams still fighting for the last spot in the grand finale, and every single team certainly wants to go all the way to there. Now, question is, can Zeta, Queso, and SK Gaming still make it? Because those 2 are the 3 that only have 1 point so far, only one match each. And now we need to look at the matchups. VN Esporting looks the best at the moment. They're already at the 4th spot. For now, Totem can still win against them tomorrow. If VN Esporting loses today, Totem basically only needs to win this single matchup and they can still make it into the finals. So those 2 are looking pretty healthy and they still have every chance to making it. Then on the other side, the 3 that I just mentioned, Team Queso looks like they have the best chances still, since they are facing the other 2 that are down with them. So if they beat both of them, Zeta and SK Gaming, they still have a chance if VN Esporting loses today. So they can't make it out of their own effort anymore. They need VN and Totem to perform badly.
There's a lot of maths thrown in there, isn't there? We're going to need to throw up some graphics at some point to show you all how and what way everyone has to fall, because these 3 teams that are at the bottom, like you've just explained, kind of a miracle has to happen. Lots of things have to fall into place. Ark, Totem, let's focus in a little bit on them. Yesterday, fell apart a little bit against Queso, but, you know, still in a little bit of a better position. But let's talk about that situation yesterday. A large portion of that kind of upset was poor choices, draft issues. What do you reckon?
Mistakes along the way. You know, it's kind of like an unusual thing to see, you know, players like Joker kind of like miss those kind of like moments in the matches, which can be valuable turning points. You know, I think it started off that first set of heists with the Colette missing of the supers and just kind of escalated from there a little bit. And it's just a bit of a strange thing to see Reply Totem not quite themselves, as, you know, they are the Mobile Masters champion, the number 2 seed in the EU region for the BSC this year. And, you know, for good reason. They are that team that have just been relentless all year long, and to see them now struggling like they are, it's definitely unusual. But today, if they get a good result against FUT Esports, and that is, you know, that's going to be a tough ask, let's be honest, considering how well they're performing at the moment. But if they can just get through that first hurdle, then that potential head-to-head tomorrow with VN Esporting could be on the horizons. But their first hurdle really is a Goliath one in FUT Esports.
It is indeed. Now, speaking of FUT Esports, Trav, let's turn our attention to those 3 teams that are sitting comfortably at the top of the leaderboard right now. We've got Nouns, we've got Humble, and we've got FUT. But who for you out of these 3 teams seems the strongest contender at this point?
To be honest, I think that's a really difficult question, because they all seem to be doing so well against each other. That's the thing, like one team will beat another, and then that team will, you know, beat another one of that top 3, and it's kind of just comes round full circle. In my eyes, I still think Nouns are the best looking team, considering the teams that they've beaten, regardless of their pretty big loss yesterday. They're going to have to recover from that. But all 3 of those teams are just looking so strong. And I mean, I still think Nouns FUT are looking the best, but Humble, they've really been making a huge breakthrough, and I think a lot of it's thanks to Filippo as well.
Right, you are. And that's what I'm here for, Trav. I'm here for the difficult questions, so don't you worry. I'll guide you through it. We'll all be fine. Don't worry about it. Now, for the viewers at home, for those of you who have missed any of the highs and the lows and any of the action that's gone on in the Snapdragon Pro Series, make sure you follow us on socials to just stay up to date with everything that's going on at ESL Mobile on your chosen platform. Just check out the lower third and have a look. And for those of you who are wanting to know a little bit of an update, maybe you're joining us a little bit later on in the season, I'm going to take you through, the tournament format. We have had 2 splits, both of which have had finals, where 4 teams have qualified through to the challenge season, which is where we are at right now. Today is day 6 of our competition. Tomorrow will be the final day. So we are approaching that end mark, and only 4 teams can go through into the challenge finals, where they will compete for a chunk of money. And speaking of money, cheddar, moolah. Those are a couple of terms that we use in the UK. Ark, let's go through the prize pool for the challenge season, my friend.
As Trav was saying, who doesn't love money? Who doesn't love money? You know, 39 grand, of course, up for grabs in the challenge finals is nothing to quarrel about. And of course, money staggered along through the challenge season as well. And you know, certainly the challenge finals are where everyone wants to get to, no doubt about that. But no one will go home empty-handed as far as the challenge season is concerned as well. So there is that little bit of a luxury, but definitely the big bucks waiting at those challenge finals. But there's the breakdown as well from first through to fourth. $2,250 there, down to $2,000, $1,750 and $1,500 for fourth, and then whistling down as well from fifth through to eighth.
See, don't worry. Even if you come eighth, even if you come dead last, we've still got a little bit of money to put in your pocket, don't we, Sonny? Bit Sonny money. So, I've already mentioned today is a vital day, isn't it? So, that's the penultimate day of the competition. So, the schedule is going to be extremely enticing for a lot of our viewers because we need to know who is going to be facing who. And take us through that schedule, Sonny. Which match is looking spicy?
We certainly have to keep an eye out on those two matches from Totem and VN, because those two teams are the one that still looking the healthiest, still look like they can snack away that last spot. First up, we have Nouns that come out from a loss from yesterday against VN. Afterwards, we're going to see Foot Esports versus Totem, which usually I would say Totem looks like they definitely can beat Foot Esports, but the Foot has been looking so strong within this season. So I think that's a very tough opponent they have to face against today. SK then has to play against Team Queso, and Team Queso needs to win this match in order for them to still have a chance to make it to the finals. And Zeta Vision then against Humble, also very tough matchup there at last.
It is indeed. I mean, as you saw at the beginning of the show, we did a little bit of bingo. It was nice and fun. I got SK Gaming, so I'm going to be rooting for them against Team Queso. That's my prediction already locked in, and obviously we can talk about your guys' picks or bingo wins, let's call it, for a little bit later on in the show. As we progress, it's going to be very fun. I think we like a little bit of an injection of fun. It's a bit of fun. We know the score, right? So, you know what's at stake? You know who is out for blood at this point. So we're going to have a quick look at the recap from yesterday so that we can take you through everything that happened, keep you up to date with all the action. And Trav, why don't you set the scene for us of what happened yesterday?
I mean, it was sweeps galore. That's the easy way to put it. 3 sweeps and a 3-1 at the end. The 3-1 didn't seem to last that long either. We saw SK starting things off against Zeta Division. Zeta Division looked so strong, and this kind of came out of nowhere as well because they haven't been looking strong at all. They've been looking absolutely abysmal. They started 0-4. You know, they were in the mud, and they decided to get SK Gaming stuck in the mud along with them as well. So I think that's a big one for them to win, and I think it was huge for them to try and get some wins back on this board. Next up was that Foot Esports versus VN Esporting. It was a really close game. The scoreline really didn't reflect it as Foot Esports kind of ran away with it quite quickly.
Yes, they did. Sonny, we mentioned yesterday, Nouns, they just need to bounce back, don't they? Because they're suffering their first loss in the challenge season. They want an absolute tear. But how are they going to bounce back today? Do you feel like we're going to see a frustrated Nouns Esports? Do you reckon they would have gone away, got composed, and then just come back in and it's time to just set it straight today?
Another good question coming out of you, Banks. I don't know how they can handle a loss since they aren't used to it, right? They have never lost a single matchup this season, so it's going to be a tough one for them. I do believe they might have been a bit too comfortable with all of their wins. They felt like Humble, just another team we're going to, well, dominate, like they dominated everyone else in the season so far. So I think they can still come back from this one if they just come down from the high horse, maybe.
Indeed. Well, there's a lot of maybes that are being thrown in there, isn't it? Because, you know, if Zeta and Queso have any kind of hope, or if Queso possibly being at the forefront of that, have any hope at qualifying for the Challenge Finals, we've already spoken about it. So many things need to fall into place. VN need to lose, Reply Totem need to win, and then they go against each other tomorrow. I feel like the focus today is more on that VN Reply Totem back and forth, isn't it, Ark?
Yeah, I would say so for me. I think that's the most likely thing to expect. And I think that when you are looking at your kind of scoreline being a 1-4, you know, that's where no team wants to be. You know, you want to be able to take control and have an affirmative role. If you're not able to put sets and games and wins on the board, that's what you've got to expect, and it's just completely out of their control realistically now. Despite maybe doing everything right themselves from this point on, they've got to hope for everyone else's downfall, and that's just not a place that you want to be. But for Reply Totem and VN Esporting here today, I think this is going to be their most important days of the challenge season so far.
You want to be in control of your own destiny, don't you? Let's be honest. Now, one thing is something to note for you guys at home, all of the viewers who are watching this. If VN Esporting wins their match today, the bottom 3 teams cannot qualify at all. That means that VN, I believe, will have had 4 wins in the bag, thus matching up with the remaining 3 teams who are currently sat at the top of the leaderboard. And speaking of that leaderboard, let's have a quick look to freshen our memory, as we already spoken yesterday about a cut-off point that there is going to be. I've just mentioned it about VN as well. Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. What's the likelihood of there being 3 wins being enough at this point, Trav? It's just not It's not going to happen, is it?
It's not really looking too likely for a lot of our teams, and I think it's fair to say even after a couple of game days, when they would go 0-3 down and there's still a chance, the chances were very, very slim, and at this point, even slimmer. 3 teams sitting at the top, all joint first 4-1, but those bottom teams really not looking good whatsoever. Team Queso, Zeta Division, and SK Gaming. At least one of Team Queso and SK Gaming are going to be able to get 2 wins on the board today because they're playing each other. So that's a little bit of a bonus for either of them, but still, I think at this point, it's not looking good for any of those whatsoever. But that mid-pack, 4th and 5th, VN Esporting and Reply Totem is the real battle that we're going to be wanting to witness throughout the next couple of game days.
Actually quite lucky for Reply Totem that they are facing VN Esporting tomorrow, so I have to correct you, Banks. If VN Esporting wins today, Totem still has a chance, because in the head-to-head, if they win against them tomorrow and win their game today, they're also going to be on 4, but win the head-to-head against VN.
Spicy. See, we're throwing things around in the studio. No one knows what's going on, especially me. So it's absolutely fine. As we know, the meta has been shifting and changing consistently throughout the year. There's been patches, there's been buffs. We've had hypercharged brawlers thrown into the mix. So it's just been absolute chaos, but absolutely fantastic for the competitive scene of Brawl Stars. And speaking of the competitive scene, we have to talk about our most picked and most banned brawlers that have been taking place. Let's talk about yesterday in particular, the most picked brawlers. Is it more of the usual suspects here, Ark?
I think, to be fair, not necessarily. For some, definitely. I'm a bit surprised by Bell being at the top, but it is, again, that kind of very versatile brawler, both in the modes that we have. And I think that many of you that kind of are in that position just want to kind of secure her, because it's just a bit like, that brawler which encourages your opposition to have to then disband and kind of spread themselves out a bit. But Cordelius, for sure, Colette, not at all surprised by those faces whatsoever. Because, I mean, Lou, actually, if anything, I'm surprised that Lou is actually quite far down that list, being one of the strongest hyperchargers in the game currently. Kind of expected him to be riding more towards the top side of things. But certainly, Cordelius and Colette, yeah, no surprises there. Brock and Bell, again, those kind of safe pair of hands.
And it is now time to look at the most banned brawlers. Trav, why don't you take us through some of these? I'm thinking bring back Bull, because he's not been on either of these lists, and we've had a great time watching, and you've had a great time casting over it. So what's maybe a surprise that's been thrown into this top 8?
I mean, it's definitely surprising not to see Bull, but at the same time, I don't think there was a single tank on those top pick brawlers, so I don't think it's that much of a surprise that they're kind of disappearing. Rosa obviously up there on the bans, but that's because she got that hypercharge. And I mean, the hypercharges have really just thrown those tanks out of the meta, I feel, and so many of these hypercharged brawlers are just very, very good against tanks. And the tanks had the moment when they weren't playable, but now these hypercharges are back there, right up there on the picks and bans.
I've got a question just to strip things back a little bit, maybe for some of the viewers who maybe not as familiar with the competitive scene, or with the updated patch that we had, because it was just a mere few weeks ago. Sunny, like, hypercharge, break it down for us. Like, what is hypercharge, just for some of the viewers at home?
So first time it got introduced, a lot of people were quite scared. Now, even amongst the casters, we have some arguments going on how strong it really is. I feel like people were a bit too scared of it. It's just another super getting charged after your very first super. You can charge up the hypercharge, and it will make your next super stronger. It gives you a bit more movement speed. It gives you a little bit more of damage. It just helps you all around. In a situation where your team might be losing, press that violet button, and you're probably gonna make it out of that situation. So it certainly helps you. I still feel like we were a bit too scared of it. It's not as strong as we feared. As we can see, it's not only hypercharged brawlers that we have amongst those top picks.
Yeah, people are learning, they're adapting. As soon as something gets put in with the patch, everyone kind of starts to try to adapt to counter it. Not only to use it, but you've got to learn to counter these things. Now, it is time to focus in on our first match of day 6 of this competition. Remember, this is the penultimate day of the challenge season, so it's all to play for. It's absolutely vital that you get these dubs on the board and make sure you collect those points to make sure you get into the challenge finals. We've got VN Esporting, who are going to be going up against Nouns Esports. Let's have a quick look and have a quick debrief about how these teams have been playing. Nouns Esports especially came out of the gate swinging, didn't they, Ark?
Absolutely so. I mean, this is the team from South America that have really been showing the EU&MENA region how it's done, and I love that. I really do, because it just, going into the World Finals for the BSC, it just opens up people's eyes to where teams and players are in the world and where they stand, and to be keeping up as well as they have been in what is the most, arguably competitive region in the world. I think it's a fantastic sign for the future. And in regards to our matchup specifically, Nouns Esports have done actually a bit of a back and forth with VN Esporting all the way through, really. I mean, the Split 1 Open Finals really was, for me, the grudge match from there, where Nouns then were able to qualify for the challenge season by defeating VN Esporting. And if that hadn't have happened, then maybe things would have been different, but that was the clean sheet that saw Nouns go through, and that then caused EUR&MENA Sporting to have to go back to the drawing board and then have to come back through split 2, and that was definitely a touch-and-go moment for them. Nouns caused that.
They did indeed. I mean, we're kind of approaching this match of day 6. We've got a team that took their first loss of the competition yesterday, in spectacular fashion, by the way, versus a team that essentially has had the same luck. They got 3-0 slap across the face from Foot Esports yesterday. So they're both kind of coming into today on the back foot, mentally, let's say. But Trav, who do you feel like, obviously I know that you think that Nouns are kind of still looking like the strongest contender, but this is the opportunity to see how they bounce back from a loss.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We haven't really seen them taking too many losses throughout the entire year, to be honest with you. They won 5 monthly finals, only lost that last one, and now they've come to Europe and dominated this region as well. I would be surprised if they do lose, regardless of having, obviously, that bit of a mentality waiver. But it's the same across the way for EUR&MENA Sporting, too. They've taken a loss, and I think both of these teams coming into it, they're just going to reset the mentals, because it doesn't really mean that much to Nouns Esports. You know, they're still top of the table. They're still, you know, winning with flying colours a lot of the time. So I don't think it's really going to affect them that much.
Okay, as the draft gets prepared, before we have a look at it on our screens, it's happening right now. Sunny, we have aggression versus aggression, Nouns versus VN. Who can keep their composure? Something we spoke about yesterday. Who can stay composed when the other is going all-out aggression? Otherwise, we're just going to see two teams flying at each other throughout this entire series.
I was really looking forward to this matchup today, simply because, as you mentioned, both of them love to play the aggressive playstyle. Now the question is, how well do you handle if the opponents play the same strategy? And it's also visible, I feel like, already in the bans. We have Tank banned out on both sides. The Buster is out of the way. We still have your ball open, Barney, so maybe they're going to show it later on. Dueling Beatles, so probably not the best of it. I do like the Cordelius and the Pam so far, just a lot of tankiness on the side of Nouns Esports there. And then the Tank counter as first pick from EUR&MENA Sporting. So I hope for a very aggressive playstyle from both of those teams, but who can take it all the way for EUR&MENA Sporting, certainly the more important match today. So I do feel like they have to come out of top on top.
Ooh, Ark, talk to me about your prediction very quickly before I send the other two packing.
Nouns to win it 3-1. Tempted to say 3-2, but I'm going to go 3-1.
3-1 to Nouns from Ark. Are you surprised by these bans picks?
I quite like the way it's starting out for Nouns already, with Pam first pick and Dueling Beetles. I mean, Pam is in such a great place. Collect coming in for EUR&MENA Sports going to necessarily mind, but you know, it's a bit of a riskier one to bring in. It can certainly get some good value, nonetheless. But I mean, certainly the Buster ban, the Lu ban is a must ban. If you are not having that coin toss, you've got to ban Lu in pretty much every single hot zone map at the moment, just because it's just so suppressive, and that hypercharge again really causing a problem for a lot of pros.
Right, Trav, Sunny, it is time to dive into our first match of day 6 of the challenge season. Let's kick things off with a bang. It is Nouns versus EUR&MENA Sporting, and I need your predictions as well, please.
I mean, I'm going to say a 3-0 to Nouns, to be honest. I'm going big, I'm going bold today, and I'm going all with Nouns Esports.
I would usually always go with Nouns Esports after what they showed us in the last few weeks and match days. But today I really feel like EUR&MENA Sporting know they need to make it count today. And usually EUR&MENA Sports come out on top when winning matters. And that's why I'm going to actually say 3-1 for EUR&MENA Sporting. Again, the only one at the desk, maybe Banks, is going to back me up later on.
Yeah.
Pro coming in from Nouns Esports now, Trev. How do you like that?
I mean, I like the Nouns comp overall. I think the Colette was a very solid pick from EUR&MENA Sports, and they were Hypercharge, obviously good against the Pam as well, which was obviously the first pick that did come in. Sandy, I like it. It has its moments. When you can get in range, build up that super, and have that Sandstorm down on the zone, it's going to be very solid for you. Hypercharge coming on the other side now as well, doubling down on those, bringing in the Jessie as well, and it's very hit or miss, I feel.
I mean, Jessie, one of the best brawlers on Dueling Beetles, I feel like, simply because if you have your turret, you can simply play it behind a wall and have the zone for yourself pretty much until the opponents can take it out. We also don't have a squeak or anything on the side of Nouns that can effectively take out that turret when it's placed behind a wall. So Nouns really need to hold on to control as soon as they get it. Otherwise, it's going to be very tough to push in against the Colette and the Jessie turret once again.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Jessie's going to need to get that control to be able to place the turret behind the wall, and if she manages to do that, it's going to be so good. As you mentioned, the slow and the hypercharge can be so good, just stopping players in the tracks and not allowing them to pass. Going to be seeing the Sandy versus Jessie through the mid, and already some connections coming down from Busker, who does have this range advantage early on, but Motep not got the easiest matchup on the right-hand side. Cordelius just waiting behind this unbreakable wall, trying to build up that super, but with nobody walking into his radius, he's not going to find much.
I guess we're also going to figure out today if Hypercharge really makes that big of a difference. Having 2 Hypercharge brawlers on the side of VN, not a single one on the side of Nouns. So far looking a bit better for Nouns. Narama missing a complete Glad Super there, getting taken out in the end as well. And still Nouns with a slight lead, but it's slowly shrinking.
Dodgy placement there from Motep as well on that PAM turret, but a Sandstorm thrown up top left, stopping these heals coming down for Busco. Keeping him out the mix for a while. Rama going to come in with the super. Does get the kill as well. Hypercharge available now for him. Another super there. Oh, that's going to be huge. Spirit follows him in, takes the PAM down. Still a little bit of a lead for Nouns Esports, but VN starting to build this back. Mebius surviving on 11 HP. Pekka just looking for another super now here as well. Does get it. Resets both of those heals, and that's a brilliant position. I believe super might have been wasted by Rama there too.
It felt to me like he had a bit of delay or something was going on there. Just before that, Rama showing us the true potential of Hypercharge, doubling down with a double kill. Pekka now falling low, has to fall back again, healing up with Motep's turret this time around, placed a bit better. And still Nouns Esports with a 30% lead here, looking very good. Another super missed from Rama. Doesn't look too good from VN Esporting at the moment.
I mean, Cordelia's giving Motep a bit of a tough time here. Is going to back off and probably going to go down. Pekka slowed down here as well. Maybe he should be able to get him, but the turret does provide a little bit of heal, enough to keep him in the mix to be able to get the trade at least. Turret burning down thanks to these crow shots. Healed up with that energize though, and he should stay alive for a little bit longer, but another Sandstorm coming down, and this is not what VN Esporting wants to see.
With the Sandstorm, Nouns have such a good opening into the mid again. Standing in mid, Mebius does get the takedown onto Motep in the Shadow Realm. They themselves get the takedown onto Bosco though. Nouns still standing strong in the mid, only need 6% more. Rama trying to defend there, 1v3, can you do it? Hypercharge activated, but not possible for even that to defend Nouns. They take the first game, can they take the first set though, Trev?
I mean, that's the question. They looked pretty dominant there for me. VN Esporting had their moments. They had certain points in the game where you thought they were going to come back, but I don't think the percentage was ever not on Nouns' side, which is a huge thing for them, and they just seemed so in control. Constant Sandstorms coming down, and it's kind of what we expected. VN Esporting didn't bring the most long-range comp to be able to deal with that.
I felt like Pekka just timed his supers perfectly as well. As soon as they got pushed out, the moment where I was talking about it's going to be so tough for Nouns Esports to come back into mid, he had a super ready. And with the Sandy super, not even a Chessie turret and the Colette can keep Nouns out of that mid. Now VN Esporting taking the mid control though, Motep in the Shadow Realm as well here. And this is where it's going to be very tough for Nouns to come back in mid.
Yeah, this is the thing. As soon as VN Esporting actually get the control, it becomes very tough for Nouns to do anything at all. Maybe it's just sitting around this right-hand side, but does provide a little shot in there for Pekka, which gives a bit of a saving grace. Shouldn't be too far off super now. Rama has his, no supercharge available there, but now Motep just playing this right-hand side, did get a good few shots in. Now down comes that Sandstorm. Pekka trying to sneak in the bush, but maybe he's going to put himself in a position to do a lot of damage from behind. Rama going to use the super, but not find anything from it. Mebius, I believe he might have gone down there. Not sure if he's still in the back lines here. All 3 members of VN Esporting respawning. They do have that percentage lead, but Nouns in a good position once again.
It's crazy how Nouns make every single Sandstorm count. And every single time they get some mid-control back, now VN Esporting pushing up once again. Maybe doing a fantastic job, but just always focusing the PAM, the damage dealer at the same time. The tankiest brawlers always gets taken out by him. Great jump coming in from Firecroak though, gets the double kill with that. Rama, the last man standing, gets taken out as well. VN still in the lead, but it's going to be Nouns Esports claiming it any second now.
Triple kill coming in for Firecroak there. Beautiful saving grace for Nouns. We do have this hypercharge available from Rama though. Jump comes in from Mebius, takes Firecroak out of the mix. Stun there from Pekka with the sweet dreams. Hypercharge used forwards. Pekka does have that super to come back in, but at this point might be too far gone as VN Esporting keep on adding this percentage, take a 15% lead now and make it a bit more as this Sandstorm only just comes down slow onto Firecroak. He's falling so low. Hypercharge there as well from Busco. Maybe he's going to fall down to the Sandstorm, but 3% is all that remains for VN to claim, and they do just that. 1-1 now, and evening things out.
VN almost did what they do so well, turning things around. In the end, Nouns still looking very, very strong though. After a very strong start from VN Esporting, Nouns almost claimed it back there. Gonna be a very tough one now. Who claims their first set here? We're gonna head into the 3rd round. Nouns to me still look like they are more in control, but if VN managed to get a good start like they just did, they can take it.
Well, it's got to be that control coming pretty early on for VN if they want to do anything. Pekka does go quite low, and Mebius pushing forward. Should be able to get a good amount of heals. Sweet Dream's going to be missed there from Pekka as well. Expected Mebius to continue his aggression. Chose to turn around and do the kind of opposite. Heals from the Mushroom's going to be there. Jump over the wall. Puts himself in a tough position to survive, though, but actually looks like he's going to be able to do it a little bit longer. Should be pinched down and taken back to spawn, but 30% already leading for VN now.
Firecrow again jumping in double slow, and Chubasco and Rama doesn't get the takedown, but at least they have to fall back, giving Pekka and Motep the possibility to push into mid, claiming some percentages on their own now. Meebus again focusing Motep. That's the play he has to do. Also Firecrow low now, Pekka as well. They both need to stay out of zone. Rama still standing there, claiming some percentages.
Hypercharge ready too. Firecrow almost going down, but does survive just narrowly. Scrapsucker comes through from Motep there as well. Firecrow jumps forward, tries to evade him a little bit. Rama going to be able to survive this one out at 1 HP, and he survives. All members of Nouns fall, and VN in a position of dreams with this turret up, waiting in the mid. We do have a Sandstorm coming in from Pekka, though, does reset Buzzco's healing. Using Energize on that turret still keeps it in the mix.
Another Sandy Sandstorm coming down, and Nouns again standing in mid, but getting pushed out quite quickly. Meebus again focusing on that Pam. Rama getting rid of Firecrow there. Bosco being very low, had to fall back. He's coming back now, though. He also has Hypercharge in his hands.
Yeah, I feel like Nouns are just getting a bit sloppy here, pushing one by one, and the control that VN have is not going to be going anyway anytime soon. 12% left, make it 10 now as VN continuously moving up 5%, and VN going to take this first set. Dueling Beetles goes their way, and Nouns Esports fall behind early on.
And that's what VN does. Time and time again, they're the strongest at this discipline of just coming back after a lost game. Learning kind of how to play against the opponents really seems to be a fitting playstyle for VN Esporting. We talked about it, both of them like to play aggressive. What is the difference maker here is though that VN Esporting just, even if the draft might not even be the best one, not saying it was the case in this set, but in general, even if that is the case, they can still make a win out of the second and third game after a loss, which is such a strong mental game from them as well.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I feel like Nouns just got a bit sloppy there. VN Esporting definitely played it very well, but after that first game, I'm not sure if they just didn't play it the same or if VN just adapted that well, but it kind of just seemed like they had moments where they should be picking up kills, where they should be taking certain members down, and it just didn't happen. Those Sandstorms didn't come down as, you know, reliably and as consistently as what they would have wanted. And from there, it kind of just all went downhill.
Maybe they got a bit too comfortable once again. We talked about it today. Why did they lose yesterday in a 3-0 sweep, which we haven't seen from Nouns Esports so far, though? Was it because they got a bit too comfortable with all of the wins? Today, you could also argue it's a match that really counts towards VN Esporting still making it to the finals or not, where Nouns sitting comfortably at the top regardless of the outcome of today. So maybe they're a bit too comfy.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they just started playing pretty poorly, and I think that's just kind of the reason. I'm not sure if it's because they're too comfortable, as you say, or if it's kind of just, you know, other teams maybe latching on to what they're good at. And, you know, it takes a bit of time to adjust to what these South American teams are bringing to the European region at this point in the year. And I feel like that might just be the case. Teams are starting to clock on to what they're doing, what they're playing, and having an ability to counter it.
Okay, I see where you're coming from. So maybe it was a bit of a surprise at the start where Nouns did study all of their opponents. They had games from previous series from all of those teams, whereas our teams from EMEA didn't really have the chance to learn to deal with Nouns Esports. And VN Esporting did seem to find a way in that first set. They adapted really well. Let's see if they can repeat what they just did in Pinhole Punch. Buster again, double band.
Yeah, I mean, Buster's just really not... Well, I mean, maybe he's getting a bit too much love, and that's why he's banned out. I was going to say he's not getting much love, but B&M's going to be joining the Buster ban on the side of Nouns Esports. Maisie and Squeak for the side of VN Esports to go along with theirs. So I like the bans across the board here. Pinhole Punt is going to be the map on Brawl Ball. Otis as the first pick.
Don't mind it, don't love it. I have to say Otis wouldn't be my first pickup here, but again, VN Esporting just trying to get rid of any aggression coming out of Nouns Esports. In previous set, it was the Cordelius picked up quite early by them. Now it's going to be the Otis, which I don't mind. Once again, Sandy coming out once again of Nouns Esports. They really valued this brawler today, and it didn't really hurt them. It did look like a very close match in the first one. Cordelius coming out now from them themselves. So both teams so far going counter-tank.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Cordelius, obviously taken out of the hands of VN Esporting of Mebius, who just played it so well in that previous set. I can't blame them for that, and obviously it's a pretty good brawler itself anyway. It can still do a lot, regardless of it taken out of the hands of VN Esporting. And as you say, very, very heavy towards countering tanks here. Buster banned out, and then they're picking these kind of tank counter brawlers. Just seems like both of these teams are very aware of the kind of meta that both their opposition want.
Definitely. We need something with range though on the side of Nouns Esports. Now with Lou coming for VN Esporting in ring, I'm even more scared for them. With Cordelis and Sandy, they really don't have enough range to deal with all of those brawlers that VN is showing us now. They also have a double counter towards tanks, so yeah, Nouns Esports definitely are not going to pick up tanks. If they do, after what I just said, I guess gonna do push-ups once again. Lou, coming out of VN, what is going to be their last pick now?
Yeah, that's the question, whether they kind of triple down on the tank counters and they're actually going to do just that. Spike going to be brought in from VN again, another hypercharge for their side. Nouns Esports now, they need a very good answer to what VN are bringing to the table. Obviously, and I imagine as you say, not going to bring in a tank, otherwise I would be very worried about Nouns' chances of being able to win this set, and it's going to be the Carl. I don't mind it, I don't love it. I feel like it's going to be all right. Going to need a breakaway play with that flying hook or something like that to be able to really make use of it.
We talked about him so often yesterday, where when you can't really pick up a tank, you still want some aggression. You need to go with that Carl pick. In this matchup, though, I'm not a fan. It's an interesting pick to me. We talked about this word before as well, where the Otis kind of counters out that Carl. Lou obviously can freeze him even in the middle of his super hypercharge. Also not in the hands of Nouns at all again, and we just saw that it can make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, it really, really can. We'll see if Nouns Esports even things out or if VN will move 2-0 up. Going into Brawl Ball now, Pekka starting off with the ball being moved up, and Motep giving a good showing down the right-hand side with this Carl. Getting some aggression going. Damage gear was activated there as well. Pekka moving into an aggressive position, manages to avoid that super. Good bait out from him and a good jump away.
I mean, if anybody can make this comp work, it's going to be Nouns Esports. They just love to play aggressive, doing just that right now. Pekka and Motep moving in together. Motep falling. Pekka gets the double kill, though, if he gets the path through. Firecrow falling, though. Almost a goal. Nice try by Nouns Esports.
Yeah, wonderful fat splatter from Mebius there. You could see that Nouns were waiting to use that Sweet Dreams to be able to guarantee themselves that goal, but Mebius quickly picked up on that. Super going to be used by Motep. Shouldn't be able to survive this one, but a great stun there from Firecrow. Keeps him alive a little bit longer. Should be able to get the kill on the Lou, but actually chooses to go towards Mebius instead. Now burning down thanks to that mute. Gadget and Super going to be used by Buzzco. Jump forward from Pekka. Should clean up Mebius and put himself in a good position to stay alive.
Pekka staying alive there on the right-hand side enables Motep and Firecrow to get into mid, maybe potentially with Rama with a hypercharge. Popping it now, gets a kill onto Motep. Now focusing on Firecrow. That again is looking the healthiest. Still able to pass the ball up there. Pekka, 240 HP, falls in the end there. That could be a push incoming for VN.
Oh, beautiful from Motep. Gets two, but Mebius still alive. Just going to play the ball back, play for the control. Has this mid-presence. Staying in the bush here. Should be allowing to keep alive, but Sandstorm coming down, scouting him out, so he does move over to that left-hand side. Now slotting back in, but it's not going to be the easiest here. Pekka's going to be able to get the kill. Super as well available. Sweet Dreams. Can they get the super through? Actually go for the pass and the Shadow Realm instead. Not sure if there was a little bit of an opening for a super shot from the right to the mid there as he was stunned out. But now it is going to be Nouns Esports starting from square one again, as VN Esports should be able to push out.
Motep getting tapped up there, gets taken out by Buzzco. That could be another push incoming for VN Esports. This time around, no Motep to clean the way to get a double kill there. 30 seconds left on the clock. Can VN Esports make it in time? Or are we waiting out for overtime, which wouldn't be the worst for VN Esports? We talked about ranges. They definitely have to better comp when the walls are broken up.
Yeah, not a bad super from two of the members on VN now, and a breakaway's there as Motep goes way too aggressive. Should be a goal for VN, and they should be able to take the first game. A pinhole punt. Mebius burns down the clock, slots the ball in, and they take the lead.
8 seconds left on the clock. Certainly not enough for Nouns Esports to turn things around here. VN takes the first game in Brawl Ball very convincingly.
And that was beautiful from them, really. Just waited for the perfect opportunity to get that goal in, because it was mostly Nouns making the aggressive plays. I can't help but feel like they had a few opportunities to score and didn't really capitalize on them. But VN Esports moving yet another game ahead, and now this is such a big turning point. Whether or not we're going to see Nouns Esports start to make a comeback, but if VN get 2 sets ahead, that's going to be so difficult for them to win 3 in a row against such a skilled team.
Again, liking the comp from VN a tiny bit better, but still seeing an opportunity for Nouns to turn things around. Getting a good head start here, falling twice though. Pekka, the last man standing, trying to deal with Buzzco there. You're just trying to stay alive, healing himself up with the mushrooms. Evius now in good position to take him out as soon as he gets out of the Shadow Realm, gets taken out himself though. Buzzco's falling as well. That's a 2v1 situation where Rama does clear the ball though, cornered in the top left-hand side.
That was some gorgeous communication there. Mebius knew exactly where he was going to be, and he knew exactly when he was going to come out of that super. placed the mute onto him and got him killed, but this Sandstorm is there, keeping Rama low, and he can't really do much here, regardless of that lifeline. He's not going to be surviving. Stun comes in, Sweet Dreams there, Super comes down though, and that might get some stuns off, but the Shadow Realm comes in. Almost Motep being stunned out there, but Nouns are going to take the lead in the second game of Brawl Ball.
That was really well played by Nouns Esports, just moving like a unit. Motep going in aggressively, gets a takedown, gets taken out himself though. Meebus and Bosco versus Pekka and Firecrow now. Pekka again playing it so aggressively. Bosco with a hypercharge though gets an immediate takedown. Firecrow falling as well. EUR&MENA Esporting with the mid control now looking to getting a goal on their own.
Maybe a super in hand, just pushing this ball up. Hypercharge was just used by Buzzco, but still waiting in the hands of Rama. Wants a super before he uses it, though, as he can get a huge slow in the face of this goalmouth. Maybe it's just trying to push forward. Now it comes down, blocks off a lot of paths, but actually doesn't really do too much for them. Buzzco has a super available, can't get it down, which means Firecrow's not going to be stunned, but Mebius will pick that up. We're going to see the shot coming through from Mebius here. Surely it should be a walk if he can heal up the tiniest bit, but actually doesn't heal up at all. And EUR&MENA Esporting not going to get the goal. Nouns Esports hold on with a great defense.
Motep doing so much work there. Damage gear at the top. Again, just trying to defend, cornering the ball for now. They know they only need to wait out another 40 seconds and they can turn things around in Brawl Ball. Now Firecrow passing the ball to the left-hand side as VN pushing the right one. Still just defending. 30 seconds is all that VN still has to come back.
Have to be so careful here. Buzzco comes in with a super, actually throws it down, but gets nothing from it. Now it's Pekka aggressing Buzzco in a nice position here, but Rama should be there to help him when Pekka comes out of it. Gonna go down before that happens, though. Hide behind that unbreakable wall, and this is not a position that Nouns Esports can lose from. EUR&MENA Esporting trying to make the way towards the ball, but he's in the Shadow Realm, and he's not going to be able to find that ball and goal in time. This is going to be evening things out in Brawl Ball as Nouns Esports take it in a very good defensive way.
And it's already the second set that we're going to take all the way to the very last game. Those two teams really make it a close game today. Let's see if Nouns Esports can even out in sets as well. What I did love to see within this single game, every single time Pekka was taking someone into Shadow Realm, VN knew exactly where their teammate and the opponents would come out. The Cordelius was always in a quite precarious position once he came out of the super.
Well, stuns there, Firecrow trying to make the way through. Oh, maybe didn't even need it, but saved by Buzzco off the line. Pekka waiting in the grass, ready for him, and takes Mebius into the Shadow Realm. Gets some heals off, but it's not going to be enough anyway. Bit of a waste of a super there from Pekka. And Firecrow now going to be taken down by Mebius as well. Well muted by him, but Motep going to use that flying hook forwards, get the kill. But Buzzco wanted to stun him out, gets the gadget onto him as well as the super. 112 is all that remains on his HP bar. Super comes down on Pekka as well, leaving pretty much Firecrow alone, but Motep does actually survive that and heal up.
Bosco gets my vote so far for the goalkeeper of the day, doing a fantastic job there at the top now. Double hypercharge ready for the side of EUR&MENA Esporting. Both Rama and Bosco just waiting for the perfect moment, waiting to get their supers. Rama has his now. Meebus trying to get rid of Pekka on the right-hand side. Rama uses a super to get in. Close and comfy with Firecrow. Doesn't survive another second, and that's the goal for VN.
A double hypercharge, double super coming down from EUR&MENA Esporting. What can you do about that if you decide on Nouns Esports? Not a lot is the answer. But there's the Shadow Realm from him. Rama's going to choose to pass this ball out. Motep uses his super, which means he can't gain this ball just yet. Mute available. Going to need to be used perfectly by Mebius. Now going to have that super, but he actually baited out Firecrow. Can't get the ball. Mebius clears it to the right. Buzzco with a good defense and super there as well. And Pekka going to fall too. A minute on the clock, and it needs to be all Nouns.
Pekka getting triple pinch there. Motep now with the same fate, getting taken out immediately. Pekka and Firecrow now defending when they should be the one that aggress now. 50 seconds left on the clock for them to turn things around. Pekka tries to go in aggressively, once again focusing on Mebius. That does a fantastic job at staying alive, even gets the trade out. 2v2.
Great trade there as well. Buzzco moving forward, hypercharge activated. Not even going to need to use it at that point though, but now uses it towards that mid. Rama used his as well. Super available. Maybe wants to throw it out before it runs out, but actually doesn't choose to do that. 30 seconds just waiting, burning this clock down, and if they manage to do it, that's going to be 2 sets.
Super coming out of Firecrow there. Maybe they can push up with it. Sandy Super can help them certainly, but is it going to be enough time for them to reach the goal? 20 seconds now. Motep getting the takedown onto Rama on the left-hand side, himself now low. Bosco cornering the ball on the top left-hand side. 10 seconds. The time is running out for them. Firecrow soon going to be the last man standing. Motep falling to Bosco, and this is going to be VNE Sporting running away with 2-0 against Nouns.
I mean, this is huge for VNE Sporting in a much-needed win. They're showing us what they've got and why they're still fighting in the Snapdragon Pro Series, wanting to make it to those challenge finals. And with a great performance, they might be able to do just that. Going to need a couple of game days of brilliance, though. And so far, so good for VN.
I mean, I don't want to say too early, Trev, but I kind of knew Queso would win their second game yesterday. I kind of knew, as the only person once again, VN really needs to make it count. That's what they are best at, winning when it matters. Once again, let's see now though, if Nouns Esports is facing the same fate as yesterday, losing once again in a 3-0 sweep, or if they can prolong it, maybe even reverse sweep them themselves.
Yeah, I think it's a very difficult task for Nouns Esports. Very difficult indeed, but they've had their moments like that where they should be scoring. Bosco does get a beautiful save though, but there's just too much hypercharge in the face of them. Double super there from Rama and Bosco to be able to get that goal in, and VNE Sporting just played it so well as a team.
It definitely worked. Any plan that VNE Sporting was doing for today seems to be working out just well for them. They are going with the hypercharge brawlers. Maybe that's the secret. Maybe they just
I don't think it's much of a secret at this point, to be honest with you.
Maybe they just also play the better brawlers there. I still feel like hypercharge isn't making that big of a difference. Coming out in a 2-0 in the end might also just be because they didn't have the range. I was talking about it already in the draft, and in the end, that's to me what made the difference here. They could just never reach VNE Sporting in the mid.
Yeah, but you're still thinking that if Lou doesn't have a hypercharge, that it's going to be that valid on a map like this. That's the thing. And, Spike's been massively elevated into the meta more as well with that hypercharge too. Hypercharges, they're not the sole reason why they're winning, but I think they're a huge, huge helping hand for VNE Sporting here. And it was the same in the first set as well. They're bringing a hypercharge with Colette, they're bringing a hypercharge with Jesse, and they managed to get the win. And I just don't know if it's something that Nouns Esports aren't really accounting for and not drafting, for it or against it with the bans. And it's something that they're definitely going to need to clock onto if they want to bring this back.
With that logic, if they would have had one of those two, if they had Spike, for example, on the side of Nouns against the Lou on the side of VN, things would have looked different. But I still think it would have looked different because of the range they also gain with it. Even if they picked the Colette, Amazy, all of those hypercharge brawlers, they would have a bit more range to play against. I just really felt like the Sandy Sandstorm, yes, it made a big difference every single time they were able to push into mid, but there it just stopped. Lou and Spike, yes, they are certainly better now and even better in the meta now that they have hypercharge, but they have been good at just blocking the way to the goal even before that with their supers.
Yeah, I mean, it's true, but I just can't see it to the same level, and Nouns Esports definitely need to clock onto this, I feel. If they're going to be able to reverse sweep VNE Sporting here, it's a huge, huge ask. 3 sets in a row against a talented team like this is not going to be an easy feat whatsoever. Moving on to Shooting Star and Bounty then. Nouns Esports banning out the Piper, the Nanny and the Tick. VNE Sporting going to ban out the Grey, the Mortis and the Jean as their choices to be able to remove from the mix. Definitely some more of those aggressive brawlers banned out from VNE Sporting. Going to take one for themselves as they gain that Carl as their first.
Shooting Star is going to be our third map here. We, for once, don't see any long-range brawler being picked up as first. VNE Sporting deciding to go with a very aggressive one. So far, we only have seen them pick a tank counter right away from the get-go. Maybe on Shooting Star, that's not really necessary. Going with an aggressive pick themselves is something that we do see come out of VNE Sporting quite often. Now, Nouns still has a lot of options. I do believe they're going to come out with the Mendy simply because they love playing her. Every single time we saw a long-range rep, Mendy came out of Nouns. Then they also need something to deal with that Carl, though. With the Jean and the Grey being banned out, they don't really have that many options left.
I mean, I love this RT pick. It's been so good on a lot of these long-range maps, and when you're under a lot of pressure towards the end of the game as well, drop your legs, get the close-range damage in if that's what's required. I think it's just such a good versatile brawler, and especially with that hack as well, with the gadget, does so much. Fang gonna come in next as well, and it was, I believe, Humble, maybe it was Lukey, I think it was, who showed us a great demonstration of this brawler on this exact map yesterday, and it worked an absolute treat.
That's what I was trying to get to. With Jean and Grey banned out, they need something to be able to stun or knock that Carl out of his super, and Fang certainly is a good answer to that. We also know that they love to play aggressive themselves. I do like that Fang is being backed up by that RT as well, giving him some time to collect his super, hitting those 4 shoes he needs. Now, what is going to come out of VNE Sporting? Bell, of course, still one of the best options on Shooting Star. You need some range. Bell not too shabby against a Fang as well. If you hit your mark, you can at least take him down in time for yourself to get away. What is going to be the last pick though? Another hypercharge maybe?
Possibly so. I mean, I love this Bell pick, I will say, though, against the RT. Pretty slow. And obviously, if you can get that mark onto the Fang as well, it can do a decent job against him, as he did mention. But we'll see what this last pick is going to be. They're going to have to account for quite a lot here. And it's going to be the Eve coming in. Baby's going to be spawning. And obviously going to be tanking a lot as well. Whether that be the Fang shoes or some RT shots with those single projectiles. Definitely a solid pick, I feel.
The problem with the Eve is just, yes, you can tank some incoming shoes from Fang, but as soon as he has super, it enables him to go in even more aggressive when the babies are in front of yourself. He's just going to have the pathway built for him. I would have loved to see a Colette or a Lu on the side of VN now against the RT and the Fang, not the worst matchup. Now from the side of Nouns Esports, no surprise there. They just love their Mandy coming out of them now. And not so shabby against any of the brawlers there. Gonna struggle a tad bit against the Carl, but for that they have the Fang, they have the RT to make the Fang a bit more vulnerable. So I feel like this is a very balanced matchup now.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. RT, I think, is really the staple of Nouns Esports here. He's going to need to hit so many shots, get a few kills with those gadgets early on. And, if Fang can make those aggressive moves that we saw Humble doing yesterday, then I don't doubt that this is going to be an absolutely amazing matchup between these two teams. As you mentioned again, needs to get the stuns off against the Carl, because it's, pretty much the only defensive measure they have against that when coming in with protective pirouette.
With that, we're going to head into our third map. Is it going to be the last one? If VN makes this count, they can run away with a 3-0 win today. Would definitely help them. Taking it all and making it to the finals here. Great start from them. Getting the blue star with Mebius, of course. Carl is just going to dash in with a flying hook there. And now Nouns trying to push them back into spawn.
Well, now just waiting out. 3 nest eggs already on the floor here for Rama. And Motep waiting down this right-hand side, shooting some shots, standing still to extend his range. Obviously, VN do have the lead, but it's not really going to last long if they keep in this position for the rest of the game. So much possibility for Nouns to make the move. Peck again and hit pretty hard, though. Baby's available from the Eve. I mean, that's going to give some push-out value.
I love to see Rama just placing down all of those traps, not really giving Pekka any chance to go in aggressively, soon getting pinched out there by Buska and Rama on the left-hand side. And VN able to extend their lead. Eve hatchlings coming in now. Nouns Esports immediately getting rid of them, but still not a single kill on their account.
Well, lead seems to be opening up for VN Esports, and these nest eggs are going to be so difficult for Nouns Esports to get past. Gadget comes in from Motep to be able to get that shot through the wall, but it's not really going to do a lot as Buzzco does heal up quite nicely. Rama gets hit pretty hard though, but none of the other members really focusing down on him when he was low. Super came from the Mandy, didn't really do too much, and these single projectile brawlers take a bit of a while to take down those babies, but back to square one for Buzzco in this super now. Nest eggs come in, Fycro falls low, shots come in from everybody, Pekka goes aggressive as well, and not really at the right time as he does fall. They get a bit of a trade in there as it's 3-7 now, but still 4 stars to decide it, and it can't be just Rama either because the blue star's with them too.
They need a double takedown there, 14 seconds to take them. Can they make it? Pekka with the super, maybe possible to do something, gets the stun off, gets Mebius, but it's still not enough for them. Motep gets a takedown on the left-hand side. Blue Star still changing when Pekka is falling, and with that VN Esports thing with match point now. What a great play there in the end.
Yeah, just about so back and forward from both of these teams here as well, but VN Esports managed to hold on, get the trade back, and that's the thing, Fang had no exit route. If you're going to go in, you need to be able to find a way out, and he just could not manage to do that whatsoever. All those nest eggs just really coming into play there. RT got slowed down and deflated the push so heavily, pretty much before it even started.
I think the biggest problem for Nouns this time around was they didn't really have an opening for Fang. He got focused so heavily by VN. Every single time he did get his super, Pekka just got targeted by all 3 of them. Too low to do anything. Again, Blue Star going towards Mebius. Of course, Flying Hook is going to help him with that. Nouns Esports playing it very aggressively though. They just want Pekka's super as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, you need to kind of get it before those defensive measures are built up from VN, when they have the babies coming in, when they have the bell mark. And the Carl spin. Fycro getting hit pretty hard, but Motep does manage to find a kill onto Buzzco there. Great pinch from Fycro, who survives it on out, whilst being in a bit of a compromised position against Rama.
And for the first time now, Nouns Esports claim the lead right from the get-go. Looking very strong now. Fycro and Motep just need to survive. Pekka can even go in aggressively and would still be able to hold on to the lead, even if he goes down. Rama with a super probably would like to put it on Pekka, trying to switch lanes as well. Rama falling low there, so does Mebius. Has to get out of that situation now. And Pekka's still looking to get his first super now, going in aggressively, getting one. Doesn't find the second one, but that's what I said. Even if he goes down, Nouns Esports still in the lead.
Punished by VN Esporting for going that aggressive though. Does have another super in hand, but look how many supers VN have built up. The mark onto him would be quite the help for Rama. But Motep just doing so much here. Super available. Maybe it's just run straight into that. Bit of a tough position for him now. Fycro's going to get that kill, extend this lead a bit further. But still, it's just a kill onto Fycro, and it'll be back in the hands of VN Esporting. 25 seconds to do just that.
Fycro falling low there. He has the most stars. He needs to stay alive. He would all that VN Esporting needs to turn things around here. Pekka knows that he needs to protect his teammate. Fycro with one shot. Pekka still waiting for his moment to go in though. Falls himself. Fycro is in the middle of this targets now. And VN Esporting claiming the lead there. Pekka, can he find the kill there on Motep? Would change everything. Motep falling, Pekka as well. VN Esporting run away. Another 3-0 against Nouns.
I mean, it's back to more of the same, really. Can get in, but can't get out, and that's the issue with Fang on a map like this. If you're not making those explosive plays and getting more than one, you're going to be stuck in that position. I mean, I'm going to be very intrigued to see what Arc makes of that, as it was definitely not the way the majority of the community would have expected.
What is going on with all the swoops at the moment? It's just crazy. Like, these final challenge days are just like not what I was expecting to see, but I mean, certainly called it for VN Esporting, a massively important day that they had to capitalize on, and they did just that. And now that's going to be forcing a great amount of pressure onto Reply Totem coming up soon. But I mean, that was, like I said, coming into the matchup, their most important time to get it right, and get it right they did.
VN Esporting drive the dagger deeper into the heart of Nouns Esports. They're going to have to identify what's going wrong. Maybe they're feeling a bit comfortable, but nevertheless, they're still sitting at the top of that leaderboard. 4 teams now go onto 4 wins, and it's pretty impressive. Now let's strip it back right to the beginning. Arc, I'll stay with you for now. VN Esporting clambered back in that first opening map after going 1 map down, and just showed incredible grit, determination, and managed to bring it back. And I feel like that's what set the motion for them to just keep persevering throughout the series.
Yeah, getting that first set is so crucial. You know, it can really provide that boost going in, that kind of belief in yourselves. And I think for sure, like, I was surprised actually with the way that the game turned out, because Nouns were making some great opportunities for themselves, you know, throughout every set, in my opinion. There was games flying left and right, but you know, it's again that same thing we've discussed a lot over the course of this season: composure. And for Nouns, maybe a little bit of overconfidence. You know, they've done so much so soon in the competition, you know, starting things off with just consecutive wins. That the first sign of weakness yesterday, and now it's starting to unravel somewhat. And these teams that really want it from that mid-batch starting to shine through.
A little bit of an individual like boost of performance as well from Buzzco playing on that brawl ball. Sonny, you mentioned it, was playing absolutely brilliantly, defensively as well, something that we don't tend to see too much from VN Esporting. And so it was really nice to see another dynamic add to their arsenal when it comes to competitive play.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in the end, it was also just a bit of a better draft. Hypercharge did make a difference after all, after we talked about it so much. Honestly, I'm not surprised at all that VN wins today. If you just put enough time into studying all of those teams, I really feel like VN Esporting, every single time when they are on the edge of not qualifying, in the end, they somehow turn things around. And that's what they did once again. Even against the arguably strongest team that we had so far, they can easily win, even if with 3-0, if they really need to win. And VN Esporting, props to you once again, you did it. When it matters.
The desperation plays, definitely leaning into VN Esporting a bit more there. And Trav, the Buster ban, just like, give us a little bit of an explanation. They are both heavily banning Buster every single time. What are they scared of?
I mean, for once, you've asked me a question I don't really know, to be honest with you, because I feel like so many of those brawlers in the meta at the moment counter out a lot of these tanks, and I don't know if it's just, you know, the gadget that Buster brings in, bringing them towards you, 4 of them, the tanking ability, obviously, as well, but I still feel like he wouldn't have really been that viable on a few of the maps where he's been banned out, and, you know, I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm just not really sure why he's being banned out so much when there's so many counters to tanks in the mix.
Well, if you have any ideas, throw your ideas in the chat and we can check them out. But just 1 match remains for both Nouns and VN Esporting in the challenge season. They might start to feel a little bit of that pressure. But speaking of pressure, Reply Totem coming up next are going to have to win this next match if they have any hopes of remaining in this competition and making it through to the challenge finals. We know that they have what it takes. We've seen them do it before, and they're going to be going up against Foot Esports. See you in a few minutes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Two very different scenarios for our next two teams who are going to face off against each other. On the one hand, we have a team who is battling for the top spot in the leaderboard, trying to assert their dominance, and the other is clambering over fallen debris to try and make it and claim that fourth spot in the Challenge Finals. We're going to have Reply Totem going up against Foot Esports. Now, Stats with Sunny, I want you to talk to me a little bit about Reply Totem, because it seems like SPS just seems to be the thorn in their side. They can't seem to gain any momentum in this competition.
At the same time, they did win the first season, the second season, and then Mobile Masters. And now they seem to struggle. All of a sudden, what is going on with them at the moment? They still have every chance to make it. VN Esporting now winning, though, means they need to win today and tomorrow against just VN Esporting. If they do that both, they are the ones that still make it into the finals, and maybe they then surprise us and win the whole thing once again. Why not?
It is a story in itself, isn't it? Ark, do you feel like after yesterday's collapse, let's call it, which seems polite to say, Reply Totem had a bit of a nightmare, didn't they? We've spoken about it very briefly. Was it just the draft? Was it poor decision making? Did they just not turn up? Or was it all of the above?
I think just a little bit of most of what you've mentioned, to be honest. There's certainly some mistakes that kind of festered in things, but for me, that was a matchup that, for all intents and purposes, Reply Totem should really have kind of won. I think that, when you look back at kind of like their track record and how consistent they've been for the majority of the time, this is kind of like, for me, Reply Totem being at their weakest, and it's very unusual for me. And I really kind of hope that they can then bring things back around to make good on those things, because they've got such a great following, and they've just been, again, just a very good team over the years. Keeping that same roster, that in itself, for me, has always been a big strength to them. And it just, when we see a lot of teams kind of having a lot of roster changes, there's that adaptation time, which can be a bit troublesome. But for Reply Totem being that same squad and, challenging, with all of those issues which they have, and dealing with them along the way is what makes them such a great team. So I just hope that they've been able to put aside yesterday and come in fresh here today.
Indeed. Well, I'll tell you one thing that we might be able to lean into the side of Reply Totem ever so slightly. We've talked about how Foot Esports, they thrive when they're under pressure and having to adapt on the fly. We know this. We've seen them speak about it before. Reply Totem don't seem to be as predictable. We've already spoken about it yesterday. They're wacky draft picks. Sometimes they're a bit left field with the way that they approach different maps and modes. What do you think, Trav? Do you think like Reply Totem have a shot here? I'm just trying to be nice.
Yeah, they're predictably dreadful at the moment, I'll tell you that. I genuinely, you can't come off the back of a loss against Team Queso and come into a game expecting to beat Foot Esports. I think that's the pretty simple way of putting it. I mean, I'd love to say they've got a chance. I'd love to side with you, I'd love to be like, oh yeah, Reply Totem. But I mean, after my last prediction, I suppose, they might actually have a chance. Because,
speaking of predictions, my friend, you have Reply Totem from the draw from the beginning of the show that we saw in the cold opener. So there you go. You should have backed them a little bit. So I'm going to get you to spin the little bingo wheel, and that is going to have your scoreline on it that you will predict for Reply Totem in
Forgive me if I do this the wrong way, to be honest with you.
Don't worry. We have your back.
Oh,
there you go.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, there we go.
We have a scoreline. What is it, friend?
Great. 3-1.
3-1 to Reply Totem on the side of Trav. Okay, now I feel like I know what the stats are going to say, or what the predictions are going to be, coming from you two. Let's go this way. Ark, what are you saying?
I mean, Foot Esports, it's got to be a win for them in my book. I mean, it's definitely that grudge match that we saw in the Split 1 Open Finals, where in that lower bracket stages, it was Foot Esports that did knock Reply Totem out, having to come back in Split 2. And I kind of feel like it's going to be much the same kind of story. I would say 3-1 in favor of Foot, and that's kind of being a bit generous.
3-1 in favor of Foot, generous as well. It doesn't seem like we're handing Reply Totem anything at this point. Sunny, statistically, I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to say, but go on.
I mean, the thing is, sometimes I just say the complete opposite of what you think.
And then you're right.
The stats are statting unless Sonny says no.
Ooh.
This time around, Foot Esports will take it, though. I was about to say 3-1 as well. Ark is going to say I'm copying again. But yeah, that's what the stats are saying.
So 3-1 as well. We've got 2 3-1s, and we've got a Reply Totem 3-1 over there. I'll join you, Trav. I'll go on the side of Reply Totem. Who knows? They might show up. Foot Esports might fall apart. We have no idea. The draft, I'm hearing, is very, very shortly on its way. Typically, the way that Foot like to play, what do you feel like we're going to see in terms of the draft opening up. Oh, well, there you go. It's right there in front of us, and we're going straight on to knockout. Trav, talk us through this.
Well, I've got a feeling, I'm not sure about you guys, that Foot Esports are going to ban out the Grom, the Grey, and the Mandy. I'm like, that's just off the top of my head. I don't know if you guys kind of think the same way, but there you go. Amazing. Oh, look at that, I've predicted it. What? That's just knowledge at its finest right there. Reply Totem going to ban out the Nanny, the Piper, and the RT. Brock going to be that first pick from Foot.
Indeed. Sunny, any surprises here thrown in the mix, or do you feel like this is kind of the usual suspects?
What is really interesting to me for esports deciding to ban out the Grom, but left the tick open. Open for the picking now for Totem. That's also why they probably want to break up the map. And right from the get-go, they kind of come in with that Brock. Not making Totem really sure about that tick pick, going in with some aggression and some tankiness. I do love to see that. The question to me now is already, though, do they have enough range? If esports now doubles down with the Bell, something with enough range to deal with Bonnie and Meg, it's going to be easy for them. Bell, maybe Jean, Lou, and Colette, double hypercharge. Those two are going to love that.
Oh, dearie me. Well, you can discuss it as you move on over to the caster's desk, and I have a sneaky feeling this next match might be a little bit closer than a lot of you think, because Reply Totem are in desperation mode. So, let us know in the chat who you predict's going to win, and we want your predictions as well. It's Reply Totem going up against Foot Esports.
Can we get a bit of, like, Meg hate train going, or...?
It's not been our favourite brawler, but, you know, still, teams bringing it in. I don't mind it, but I want to see kind of a bit more from it. I think the hypercharge is kind of where my mind's at the minute. I mean, ultimately, the Colette has always been a good pick for Foot in general, so just having that hypercharge added to it now in such a great spot. And the Lou versus the Meg, I mean, this could be a great matchup. You know, that hypercharge in those late stages, I mean, it's just going to be easy pickings.
And I mean, the same for Colette as well. When she's in that mech form, it's going to be very, very good for a Colette to be able to get her out. And then you've got, obviously, the Brock, the Lou to be able to take her out when she's not in that form. Same with Bonnie. You know, good luck against that Colette when you get when that Colette gets in range. Gotcha Gadget as well, obviously going to be so helpful getting the heals back. I think this has got to be a Foot game.
It does feel like one, but I'm hoping that we see something from Reply Totem to start things off.
I've been stuck with Reply Totem, so am I.
Well, let's see. As we go in, of course, a very, very important match here for Reply Totem. They got to get this win to have any chance, realistically, of being in those challenge finals, because VN Esporting coming out on top today against Nouns was a huge result for them. And as quickly as that, actually, it's going to be 3 versus now 1. Foot are dropping like flies and not approaching this one slow and cautiously, but rather recklessly.
Yes, what a start. Come on, Reply Totem. Great start, just down to Semantic. Should be able to clean him up nicely as well. Just going to be looking for that squeak super. No one else really shooting at him too much. Does get the shot, but no super guaranteed for him. Gonna have to have a bit of a different approach here from Foot Esports.
Yeah, certainly not a good start at all for them. And we'll have to reconsider things just a little bit. Semantic there, going to use the rocket fuel to break open that mid. And that will help land a couple more shots really onto his targets. Maru just considering to go in for jump, and it's Lenan who's a little bit more away from the pack as far as Foot Esports are concerned. So definitely bunching up a little bit might help, but that's where the squeak of Maru is going to get some more value. So it's a bit of a tough position to Foot are in right now.
Yeah, some good shots onto Joker there, wanting to bring him out of this mech, but Maru got his jump, and that's something they need to be cautious about. Residue on that right-hand side, slowing down Lenane, stopping his push, halting it in its tracks. Now another rocket fuel being used by Semantic, last one as well. Maru's still got this jump, so it's something that Foot need to be very cautious about, leaving Semantic alone when he has got that jump. Drage super in hand, and that's going to be pretty good to shut off a few avenues at the end, but also at the same time they're breaking walls and opening up even more avenues. So Rocket Rain going to come down, walls going to be broken. Mauri taken quite low, and a super comes in from Drage, but a counter super from Mauri there does put him a bit out of position.
Speaking of walls, Mauri was hitting nothing but walls, but it's Lenan who goes in, and Mauri there, quite low HP. It's just himself and Semantic, and again, Foot not able to stand the heat. Reply Totem coming out strong, and that's what we were kind of hoping to see from them. It's Foot Esports that are making just more mistakes at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it really is at this point. You know, Foot Esports just not really playing together as a team. Don't think they really started. They didn't get going at all. Never had a moment that you can really be like, ooh, wow, they had a chance of winning that one, because Totem just dominated them all in all over. The Joker playing this Meg really nicely, and as much as I hate that brawler, it seems to be doing quite well.
I mean, ultimately for me, if Drage gets hypercharged and has that to hand, it's going to really deflect a lot of what Maru can do, and it's going to leave Joker much more vulnerable. But it's credit to Reply Totem. They're not feeding into too much of that utility. We saw a little glimpse, a little glimmer towards the end, and it was too little, too late for that side of things for Foot towards the end of that last game. But good taps there from Mario on the top side. It's forcing then Drake to have to heal and separate from his teammates. Good though from Lenan. Coming in and should get a takedown here, and he does. Love that for him.
Yeah, that was really nice there from Lane. Drage going to try and work towards his hypercharge as well. Lane just using his super there. Shouldn't be massively far enough as he did get that double connection, but Semantic just looking for his rocket rain. Wants to break up some more of these walls. Possibly might even use a gadget towards the end of this round to open it up further for the next round.
A nice rocket there from Semantic. Follow-up taps from Drage keep Maru low on the left-hand side, and Maru's going to need that jump to have much to really work with really here. Joker very susceptible there. Shots being out of mech form, not the best of places, and it's going to be a matter of time before Foot take the round.
Yeah, Semantic just uses that super towards the end there. Not sure it was really that necessary. Didn't break up many walls either. Maybe broke like one piece of grass. But hypercharge available from Lane and Drage. This could be a combo play and a half if they manage to land it onto a few of these Totem members.
This is exactly what this kind of comp is aimed to do, isn't it? Just buy some time, get those hypercharges, wait until the later stages of the match, and then just explode and have that communication really lead the way. So far, though, it's going to be Maru pops there, the Sugar Rush trying to get himself into a more advantageous position. It's the gadget there of Maori just trying to keep Foot on the top side of the map, and Joker can get more value, but at the moment, Foot are withstanding to a lot of this heat. Now Drake's going to pop the hypercharge, but not going to connect with it. He'll get some valuable shots into Joker top side, but that's about it. Stunned there finally, and now Lenan goes in. Oh my word, Joker still survives though. It's a 2 versus 2 now. Both sides going to have to heal up.
Why didn't Lane use his hypercharge when he used that super there? Seems a little bit of a waste, especially because they can guarantee themselves the set right here and right now if they win it. But Joker out of mech can't be the worst position. Lane going to go in now, follows it up with that Spirit as well. Massive super onto him though. Semantic there to clutch it up towards the end. Joker can't withstand the heat of that rocket rain, and Foot even things out.
A really strong showing towards that final moment there from Semantic, because that was a crucial thing to land. And I mean, credit to Reply Totem, because to make that super shot count, I think from that from Mario on that squeak, really loved that play in particular. It gave him the best fighting chance, but that's again why Semantic's play there was vital to get right and keep Foot alive in this set. And now we've got a real fight in our hands. I can see you looking there, Trev, a little bit worried.
I mean, I am. I've been forced to predict to Reply Totem, and they seem to get a bit dominated in that last one. Lane not having the best time early on against Joker over his left-hand side. Maru stepping out of position a little bit, I feel, going quite aggressive, but Lane even more so. Survives with the help of the gotcha gadget, though. Might just be able to stay alive here, but Drage now in a compromised position too. Does get Joker out of mech before he goes, though. Maru having to jump out, and that's great from Semantic to force that super away.
If anyone was going down, I have my money on Lenan, and he's like a pixel away from literally going down for those shots from Joker, and somehow survived on. Semantic not really going to find much there from the rocket rain. A bit of breakage at that lower side, but not much more to write home than that. This little pinch that could be on here for Semantic and Lenan. Maori and Joker just out of position here, but Semantic goes down, and now in a 3 versus 1, Lenan is going to have to bring out all the stops. I just don't see it happening.
I mean, that seemed a heavy waste from all of Foot Esports there. In a 3v2 situation, everything was wasted. You know, Semantic super thrown on some bushes that really didn't get any value at all, and Semantic used that super, and Lane used that super as well. Just doesn't seem too smart to me.
But now, hypercharge available to Lenan. Drage probably not too far behind in that respect, and this is where this comp is designed to thrive. It's just simply now it's been ruffled a little bit in that first round, and 1 round away from Reply Totem taking this set. This is a crucial moment for Foot Esports. They've got to play this one right and try to make sure to make it count. And now it's just creeping forwards to that lower side, considering there an assault onto Maori. And Maru still low there as well. No escape mechanism, so he could be a prime candidate if Foot wants to try to focus some of their attention onto him.
Good shots from Lane here as well, keeping Maori low, but does heal up quite nicely. Super available from Lane, as well as that hypercharge. Gets some shots through. Semantic brings him down to 1 shot, but not killing Maori just yet. Maru put himself in a really bad position here. Stun not going to be there. Lane trying to find this hypercharge value. Does go forward with it. Spirit cleans up a lot of damage, but Lane actually goes down himself. Maru needs to fall here. Semantic or Drage's hand needs to force him to go down, but it's actually Semantic who goes down himself. Hypercharge from Drage, but what can he do? 1v3. Absolutely nothing is the answer to that. And Reply Totem gonna take set number 1.
A good set, a very good start, let's be honest, for Reply Totem, the best of starts they could hope for so far. And Foot just didn't really kind of seem to be valuing themselves as we've seen them play previously to this. I mean, you know, certainly there was a lot of instances where they were on a 1 versus 3 scenario. And the credit, full credit to Reply Totem, love that. That was such a crucial moment really for Foot, and it just wasn't quite enough regardless of it. I mean, I like the hypercharge idea, and I think that it was for me, my favorite comp actually, but just the synergizing just wasn't quite there. And you know, Reply Totem are that team where if you're going to play passively, they know to go on the aggressive, and that's kind of where things start to fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, it should have worked, but in the end, it just didn't. And that's the issue for FUT Esports. I felt like they had moments where they definitely should have been able to get kills when hypercharges should have been used, when super should have been hit. And I feel like that was kind of the downfall of FUT Esports there, but a great start for Reply Totem nonetheless, moving to 1-0. And I mean, after the last game that they had yesterday, losing against Team Queso of all teams, to now be able to take the first set against FUT Esports, that's a big step up.
For me, though, it's like knockout FUT's weakest mode. I mean, it feels like it is to me a little bit. In gamers,
that wasn't a knockout issue. That was just a FUT issue. They just played dreadful.
But they are an aggressive team, so they are rewarded in those modes where they can start to bring out those ideas. And I mean, to be fair, though, Reply Totem already forcing a lot of them. The Hot Potato going in, Bull, Band, Lou, as well as the Colette. It's the Cordelius, the Jesse, and the Dynamite. Jesse does seem to be quite a common pick, it seems, at the moment for Reply Totem. We saw it a little bit yesterday in Double Swoosh. I understand it. First pick of Nita. I mean, it's never a bad thing to have. It's definitely one of the safer options, but I prefer the Ems.
Yeah, I mean, you better hope they don't just bring a Gale down to try and counter out that Nita there. But the Rico and Ems picks, I do like from Reply Totem. I said yesterday, I felt like Rico kind of fell out the meta a little bit, and it didn't really pay off because I think it was FUT Esports who played against it. Brought in the Colt, brought in the Ruffs, broke everything up, and made it work that way by kind of taking Rico's walls away. Now, actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea to do more of the same. You know, Ems not really going to be able to do too much when those walls aren't in the mix. And if you've got a Colt, then you can do a lot of work when the walls are down.
Love that. Yeah, FUT going to go with the Colt, and I think absolutely makes a lot of sense. It worked for them yesterday. And, you know, I think this is actually one of the best places for Colt, you know, in that situation. And we see it a lot in kind of other safe, you know, other heist maps, but ultimately I think it works best here. There are so many walls and with gadgets as well to your disposal. You can just open this map up so quickly and just negates a lot of what Rico could bring to the table here. And the question is now, do they want to add more fuel to the fire and go that long-ranged approach, or kind of consider what they want to do? I mean, I quite like the Ruffs as well to double down. I think it can work quite, yeah, there you go. And combined with that, with the Colt as well, I quite like things how they've played out here. And as much as I really loved what Reply Totem had at the beginning, I'm feeling a bit more swayed now.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm not sure what the third brawler of FUT was yesterday. Don't believe it was Nita, and I feel like Nita might struggle a bit with the walls down. I think that's the only issue I'm kind of finding here. But overall, I mean, Nita's going to be all right against the Ems, all right against the Rico in those open grounds if she can evade quite nicely, which I don't doubt that FUT Esports will be able to make work. Reply Totem do still have this last pick. It needs to be something that can handle the fire whilst the walls are down. It's going to be the Carl. I see. I'm not even looking at you, but I see you looking at me right here.
Oh, I mean, I'm just waiting to see your thoughts on it. It's definitely going to have.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mind it. I kind of prefer maybe something tankier because ultimately FUT haven't got too much of that insurance policy in play. I mean, if they had something like a Daryl to roll in, which I think is still kind of viable in this scenario, I mean, depending upon what could be facing into, they could have played a bit more of a riskier game with something tankier. We've seen El Primo's coming out in Hot Potatoes, not the craziest things in the world. Sure, the amount of map breakage for the Colt is going to deter that somewhat, but I think a Daryl wouldn't have been the worst of ideas for me. But Carl, certainly the flying hook, bringing back the flow of action in your favor and just kind of going on the aggressive and forcing your opposition to have to reconsider where they want to stand and do they want to leave that damage to rain in. Certainly, Carl can bring in a hefty amount of damage if in that perfect position with the pickaxe bouncing off the back wall.
You know, there's the first wall break coming in from Lenane there as well. Semantic doing a good job on the right-hand side against Maru. Now through comes Joker, but does get beamed down quite quickly by Lenane. Instantly traded out by Mori, though, and very 50-50 starters. Two members of Totem survive against one member of FUT.
It's this Ems pick for me that is dangerous, and I think that Lenan surely needs to break open some of this mid-fire as well onto the bush to really allow Mari's whereabouts to be known. But look at this, already Reply Totem getting some very, very good early damage. There is the bush going down, which will help out a bit more in FUT's favor, and some big, heavy taps into Mari. The right-hand side, Mari was lurking. Despite those consistent hits from Semantic, it was that healing of the bouncy castle which really did land the mark. In the meanwhile, they FUT are landing a great amount of damage onto the safe, and it's very quite neck and neck, really.
Yeah, some good damage from Maru on the other side. Eventually pushed back, but a good silver bullet coming through from Lenane there to break down those walls. Maru, no gadgets left, no bouncy castle will be coming to save him this time. Semantic should be able to guarantee himself that kill, but Drage just walking through a lot of that Ems fire. And Lenane has this hypercharge, has the super, and that's going to be a lot of damage, but a beautiful super from Maru to get them low. Lenane surviving on, though, should go down now, and I feel maybe a bit wasted there.
A little bit for me, yeah. Semantic, though, I mean, to be able to get married to a spot where he has no gadgets, and I mean, he's been doing wondrous work and is that kind of glue for FUT Esports, never really taking the shiniest of plays, but certainly holding everything together so far, as I love where FUT are leading with this damage gear and that Ruff's power up there for Lenan really working its wonders, and everyone now is advancing onto the safe. 21% is all that remains now, and we really now's we need to see Joker with a flying hook go on the offensive. We need Reply Totem to start to bring back that offensive work.
Yeah, Drage does go down, opens up a bit of a pathway down the left for Maru and a path through the mid for Joker. Now going to go in, get the kill, and Super comes down on safe as well. Got that friend zone available from Mori here, ready to use that Super. Now, Drage just pushing him back, but it's very neck and neck, and another member of FUT goes down. Semantic going to fall. Lenane needs to make use of this power-up right now. Maru beaming down the safe on the left. Joker cleans up the right, and Semantic wanting to try take down Maru. Can't step out of line, though. Lenane going forwards, but still getting shots off the safe is Joker. Semantic now got the opportunity. Bear down here as well. 8 seconds to get the damage. Semantic throws the Super onto the safe, gets some, but Drage coming around. He's going to pierce through, and the damage is going to come through. That shot from Drage gets it done, and FUT take the game.
What a moment for FUT Esports to land it just in the nick of time. I was a bit worried there, I'm not gonna lie. Semantic there was patient on the shots, and that could have proved costly because the body blocking was gonna be there, but ultimately the need to be able to pierce through everything to get it just on that final second. But that was very close to call, too close really for FUT Esports there, as that could have gone another way.
Yeah, I mean, any more games going the side of Reply Totem, it's going to get past the point where they're just not going to be able to return in this game. Drage going to swap the sides now. Lane's still not breaking any of these walls. A little bit unusual for me. Drage possibly wanting to start this mid off a bit more closed off rather than open through. I think there was a silver bullet through the mid there early on. Lane just trying to push down this left-hand side to find the pathway to the safe, but this friend zone is definitely going to be pretty useful. I say that, and Mori wastes it.
Well, now they're creeping through. Joker clears it up. Nicely done there for Reply Totem, and Maru in the meanwhile is still doing a lot of work on that right-hand side. Gadget's still there, available. Semantic low as well, so definitely struggling more this time around, and Maru picks him up there. They're down in the middle just doing his thing, but they're leaving Maru open here. Drage is forcing his attention into the mid, and that's going to be just gentle trick damage over time going the way of Reply Totem.
I mean, Mori in his position with Semantic not being able to bounce around the walls is not going to be good for FUT Esports either. It's not a wall break they want to waste from the silver bullet of Lenane to get him out this left-hand side of the map, possibly choosing to leave him here. Drage going forwards, wants to try and get a Super, but Joker flying hook down. Lenane was there to stop him in his trek, so Semantic finally getting Maru back to spawn. Drage with Bear, Lenane on safe with power up, and this is not where Reply Totem want to be.
Not at all. Maru's getting damaged in the meanwhile, but Semantic is going to probably leave him at this moment in time because they've got to double down. Look at the Bear going to town on that save, and that is going to be it. As quickly as that, Reply Totem drop the ball, leave for Esports wide open to get the damage they need. Their set is done.
I mean, how fast that game ended up from side of FUT Esports there. And, you know, Totem, they seemed so convincing in those early outsets. First game, they looked good until the last 10 seconds, where FUT just made the breakthrough. But in that second one, you know, Reply Totem seemed in control, but you let a Nita bear through, you let a Colt with power up through, and your safe's going to be gone in a matter of seconds.
It was that gentle moment, wasn't it, where literally just Drage was getting that final shot against Joker on that offensive, and that's where you see just the synergy between Lenan and Drage. They're like, we're going in. We've got all we need to do to be able to finish this game here, and that's where you can just kind of see all the cogs turning and ticking. It's a wonderful moment when you can just tell that the players behind the scenes really are like getting it so calculatedly there. Semantic's feeding back where he's at in terms of his defensive measures, and they timed it beautifully. I mean, that is the set that we wanted to see from FUT that we didn't kind of see in Knockout.
I mean, this is exactly what we expect from FUT. This kind of gameplay, the synergy, the mechanics that they're bringing out. This set to the first, night and day difference. It's absolutely ridiculous how well they can just turn it on after going behind, and Reply Totem kind of just left to watch the safe to be absolutely obliterated. But we're heading back onto Shooting Star for our third set. One team is going to be 2-1 up after this one. Bell going to be the first pick, but bans are going to be the Nanny, the Piper, and the Fang. And FUT going to ban out the Grom, the Sprout, and the Meg.
Well, I think the Fang ban at this moment in time absolutely needed. Not like necessarily a surprise to me in any sense, because, I mean, just going back to yesterday, you know, watching how Humble just decimated Nouns Esports with that very pick, I think that's like very much a necessity for Reply Totem. The Bell, as again, like we saw in terms of the pick rates for Bell being very, very high. I think Bell's the top brawler in that sense. And again, for reasons that it's just that safe idea that you're not going to commit too much to one thing. You allow your opposition to kind of get those two brawler picks in. The Artie's my favorite, absolutely so here, but again, the Mandy, I'm not really sold on her at the moment. I say every time, I love her super to pop off, but we never really get to see it do that. The Mortis, the 8-bit, it's bold stuff here coming up for Furton. I mean, there's nothing I enjoy more than watching Mortis play, and I'm assuming Lena probably going to be taking the mantle.
I would imagine so. I think that's probably the smart way to think about that aggressive player, but I mean, you know, all the players on foot I feel are very capable of picking up that Mortis and making the magic happen, so we'll see if it is Lena or not. Reply Totem still have this last pick, and I mean, RT can defend against that Mortis when the super's there. Colette gonna come in as well, good against the 8-bit, probably can defend against that Mortis all right as well, but I still kind of just want to see something from foot here with these aggressive plays. I think the Mortis has maybe got me siding with them a bit.
I think the Colette's probably the best they can kind of hope for in this scenario. You know, it's going to deter a lot, but it's a really smart pick from Foot. Ultimately, the Mandy is going to want to stay stationary to get the most out of her abilities, and the Mortis being able to then just kind of herd everyone into those corners and try to capitalize down. I mean, the 8-bit especially as well can just shred through brawlers so quickly. The Bell on a map like Shooting Star, when you are getting that advance, those clustered shots are going to ricochet and bounce around, and it's a really nicely done draft. There's certainly going to be Drage behind the helm of it. Let's see, though, what Reply Totem can do. Blue Star immediately into the hands of Foot, and I think that's where they want to start this one out. And no, nothing to say that Reply Totem can't go on the aggressive, but they're going to be quite calculated when they do.
Yeah, well, Drage pushed back early on as the Mandy gets a couple of very good shots in while stationary. But Lenane just waiting for his opportunity to make a bit of a play. Got the Blue Stars, so don't need to go too aggressive. Drage going to go down. Now he will need to go aggressive, and he chooses to do exactly that, but he gets punished for it as well. Doesn't get the kill and extends the lead for Reply Totem.
A lovely hacks gadget there. It really was there from Maori. Nando's lurking, going to be forced back by Joker, and that's going to be a nicely defended scenario there. Gotcha gadget still in play for Joker, and Joker not done yet. Lenan just comes in to seal it off, though, and that's going to bring a great amount of pressure back in favor of Foot to be able to exert, because 5 stars now to the 6 of Reply Totem. That was a very important takedown.
A bit of a pointless turret all the way back here, so Semantic might choose to replace this, as Lenane's not going to be making use of it unless they're heavily aggressing into his face. Joker got the hypercharge, possibly going forwards here as well. Push it back was obviously the star power of his choice against the Mortis, so not surprised that it's going to be Drage moving over. Super comes out of Maru there and doesn't really get that much done. Obviously going to get some damage, but not really going to finish anybody on this side of Foot off.
Lenan just trying to bait there. Those shots away, and it kind of worked out for the most part, but now's the hypercharge coming for Joker. There's a very well-timed G-cartridge in there! The Shadow can't quite reach. In the meanwhile, Maru will find Drage, and that's going to be 11 stars over to Reply Totem. To the 5 only of Furton, with 20 seconds left. Very little time here for a response.
There's a chance, but Mori's got his super as well. It's going to have to be something very special from Lenane. Mark comes in from Joker. Now going forwards as Lenane. Bats come through. Maru's low as well, but Mori not going to be that low. Lenane going to go in, and Semantic's left all alone to deal with Maori, but it's just not going to happen. Joker with the super, and Reply Totem move one up again.
Yes, certainly Maori there was the target, but just Joker coming in off the spawn meant that he was just going to sit between the idea and nothing that really Foot could do about it at all. Certainly, they were playing the safer game on the side of Reply Totem and just keeping the aggressiveness of that Mortis at bay. And so far, so good, but this is a dangerous scenario here for Reply Totem. If they just kind of get a little bit lackluster at times, then it can turn very much quickly against them.
Yeah, well, needs to be a different game from Foot Esports. Blue Star's obviously going to be what they want early on to get the lead and make Totem push into them. At the same time, Mortis needs to be constantly aggressing, otherwise you're just going to be pushed straight into spawn, and that's exactly what Foot Esports have here.
Joker has super as well, when, again, Lenan can't really do much into that situation. Now the gotcha gadget not quite timed there by Joker. He goes down with Maru, able to pick up the scraps, and that's going to keep Reply Totem alive in this one so far. 5 stars to the 4. Now's the chance for these battleshots to really land the mark and ricochet between Maru and Joker. Lenan is still marked up as a result of those RT hits, but good taps from Semantic on the left-hand side now. Joker there, the hypercharge, still going though. But I got your gadget for the heals, and Semantic in a really bad place. He will go down. Lenan going to try and pick it up, which he does. And his back and forth trays everywhere you look at things. If Drage gets this, he'll put into a great spot, and he lands it. 9 stars to 7.
Nest egg there as well, placed on the right-hand side to kind of surprise him as he did go down. Won't have seen that being placed. So Maru needs to be very alert to that, and the mark is going to be missed by Drake, though not going to help them here. 50 seconds on the clock, and it's going to be very back and forward. It's probably going to be a Reply Totem getting a kill, and then Foot Esports trying to answer back.
I'm really pleased to see Joker back on that Colette, which wasn't really working out for them yesterday in that first set, but today he's just playing it beautifully as he always has done before. I said before, it's very strange to see him, not really landing it yesterday. Today much better, but this is why FUT at the moment are in a good spot because they are starting to have an answer for a lot of the strategy. Mario going to try and find, and does land something onto Drake, 695 HP for him. FUT Esports are looking a little bit weak and weary here, and just one singular person to go down. They've got the blue star, but it's actually going to be Joker, and FUT now looking much better.
Mori pushing up now, got his super as well, and Lenane's just going to choose to try and punish Maru for his teammate not holding his back. And Lenane going to retreat all the way back to spawn. Too much of a lead for Reply Totem to come back from, especially when it's just Joker going on aggressive. And that's going to be evened out now. Such a back and forward game between FUT and Totem here.
It's neck and neck. It really is. Every step of the way. It seems like Reply Totem are the team to kind of lead the lead, and then FUT have the answers, and that's the scary thing. But in this next game, if FUT don't quite land it, and don't quite get this right, they might find themselves behind and very much looking down the barrel here. And as we know, it's so important for Reply Totem to get this win, to have a shot at those challenge finals. You can see that they want it, and they're going to give FUT a serious run for their money.
I mean, the blue stars decide so much. It decides who's going to have to aggress off the start, but Totem are making full use of that, getting so much damage in. Drage brought down to one shot, but the Hax is going to be able to finish that one off. Oh, but the super is great synergy there between the two members as Maru supers to the right and Mori uses the Hax.
Yes, a terrible start for FUT Esports, and Reply Totem starting to really gain some valuable momentum here. Maru is really landing these supers. I was saying coming into the match that it's very rare to see, but in fairness, he is finding a lot of connections and already has 5 stars above his head.
Let's not forget, though, him alone is going to be able to flip this game on its head. Drage getting some great shots in here on Maru. Joker forced to go and defend him, but that leaves Maru susceptible to an aggressive push from Lenane. Super from Joker is there, but Gotcha Gadget helping him out. Lenane going to dash in, choose to turn back and get some great shots through. Super Veil from Maru needs to try and clean someone up here, but choosing to hold on to it instead.
Love that from Lenane, just really going for the bait and then doubling down. Super still being flashed by Maru, and if he times it well, then it could be the perfect thing to extend this lead for Reply Totem. Lenane going in now, finds it. 5 stars to 6, just 1 is all that's in it. The mark up there from Drake, just going for the Hacks from Maru. He seals it him as well. Oh my word, back and forth all the way you go, but it's still Reply Totem just clinging on.
His 3 stars, it's going to have to be someone big. Mauri is not going to flip it either, needs to be 2 kills. Lenane's going to go in, gets the kill, but it extends the lead to 5. Maru is going to be the prime suspect now. 1 push left for FUT Esports to make something happen. Otherwise, Reply Totem will be moving a set up. RT Super is available, but he's marked. In goes Lenane, can't get the bats off, and there's no value there. Mori's going to go down. Joker's not going to flip it hard enough, and this is going to be a Reply Totem set. It's Maru with 7 stars and the blue over his head at the end, and he was the difference maker.
You can't deny it, for all intents and purposes, Reply Totem have come out today looking much, much better than we saw them previously. This is much more like we kind of would expect to see from the Mobile Masters champions, and it's wondrous, really is wondrous. It's maybe not too little too late now. And this next set could be where Reply Totem even end it. It could be that 3-1 scoreline.
I mean, if it is, I think we've learned one thing today, and that predicting really takes absolutely no skill. It takes rolling balls in a little bingo machine and randomly being victorious.
Does seem that way. Does seem that way. All these years, Trav, we've been calling you the predictions master, and it just turns out that it meant nothing.
Turns out I actually agree with you for once. And this is a rarity right here, us agreeing.
Flip it.
Yeah, clip it. This is the first time we've ever agreed on our broadcast, and it's over predicting being complete luck.
Well, pinhole punt is where Reply Totem are going to want to have the luck in their favor. Bands of Lou, Squeak, and Crow, and to the max, the Squeak and the Primo. They are Reply Totem brawler bands right there from if I ever saw them. And Reply Totem kind of banning out what more or less they would like to see. The Crow and the Squeak, that's very much them as well. So Sandy, first pick from FUT. Clearly we've seen that a lot from them over the past few weeks. It's one that they really value in Brawl Ball. And why wouldn't you at this stage? The Sandstorm just deflates everything that your opposition is throwing at you. And the stun, the Sweep Dream stun, it's something that can secure so many goals as well as defenses.
Yeah, I mean, Bull obviously being an option as well. We haven't really seen it over the past couple of weeks, or the past couple of game days, I should say. But it's definitely still a possibility, and Sandy shuts that idea down. M's going to come back in. Didn't work for them in Hot Potato, but might come out and work for them here in Pinhole Punt. I think it's a bit more viable here than it is on Hot Potato.
Certainly for it's a bit of a tough time now because they want to go something tanky into that Ems regardless. You know, I mean, Lenan will just take his pick, the Bull or the Sam or whatever he's thinking at the time, Tara. It's definitely now something where they run the real risk of not securing a Shelly alongside it, because that's where Reply Totem's head would be at when it comes down to having that hard counter. So I think they might decide against it, really, to be honest. But the Stu coming in for Reply Totem, it's okay, I don't mind it. It's definitely one of those tougher brawlers to take down, but normally in the hands of someone like Joker, it can cause a lot of devastation.
Yeah, it's just one of those boring picks that you kind of have to go for, you know? It's like, it'll do. That's what it'll do for Reply Totem. It might have a few evasions, might be able to stay out of the way of a few Sandy shots, prevent him getting a few supers, but at the end of the day, it's nothing too flashy. You can't really make those bold goal-scoring plays like you can with Ems, like you can with Sandy. So it's just all reliable Stu. B gonna come in for esports though, and I'm sure it'll be Drage playing that.
Are they going to double down with something tanky? You know, they've got the B to have, I mean, it's definitely not necessarily the Shelly hard counter, but if they want to consider a tank now, they've kind of put something in the pipeline to deal with a response from Reply Totem. And if it is, that Stu's not going to really do much to it. If it's a tankier idea, then they can overthrow a lot of what the Stu's trying to do. The survivability will be there, Buster. Stop saying. It's got to be a Shelly now from Reply Totem, though, yeah?
I don't know how good a Shelly is against the Sandy and the B, though. That's the thing. Like, yes, it's going to be good against the Buster, but I'm sure there's probably going to be better things. Shelly is definitely a possibility with that hypercharge, though. I mean, if you're just focusing down on that Buster, I think it's going to be a pretty solid pick, but Reply Totem definitely have a lot to think about now, as I'm sure they won't have expected them to go for a tank because they have that Ems and the last pick still available. Colette's still on the map as well, still available for that tank counter. And Spike's going to be the option, though, and yeah, probably should have thought about that, considering it's usually played even when there isn't any tanks, so...
It's definitely that kind of really good pair of hands. Hypercharge has been nice for it. It's safe for sure, and you know, I kind of prefer what Foot are leading with here. The Buster is bold. It can get a great amount of push potential into a comp, and certainly, you know, with everyone clustered behind it, you know, in that Sandstorm kind of realm, it's definitely going to be feeding into that utility, and we've seen it banned so much already today with, you know, V&E sporting in for good reason. In my opinion, you know, you're a bit on the sidelines when it came down to it, but I mean, since LCQ, it really just kind of has been a brawler which, you know, has come much further forwards as a result of some really nice kind of balance changes. So I do kind of feel it for esports, and for Reply Totem, it's a good comp, it's well-rounded, but does it have much synergy?
I mean, it's just, like, if you were to describe it in one word, as I said, it's just safe. It's just so safe. There's not really any star power in it. And so far, I think that's showing us for esports off to a dominant start. Mori just narrowly evading that semantic shot, instantly providing him with another one back, though, is Maru. And Joker trying to make the push forwards, but dashes will keep him alive.
Good hits there from Semantic there from the Rattled Hive. Takedown in the middle will be a trade-off between Lenan and Maru. So now, just trying to slowly advance, already are Reply Totem into Drage and Semantic. Some big, heavy hits on both sides of the coin, but now it's that fight for the mid as the shield comes in from Lenan, pushing everything forwards. The mid, Semantic goes and gets that takedown to Joker. This is the gadget that we're waiting for to see, and it wasn't quite timed, but they should be able to rekindle this, right?
I mean, they should be able to walk in anyway. I was going to say, unless Joker managed to dash and get the ball before Drage had a chance. But that just wasn't the case as Foot Esports take this first goal. Sandstorm there, Buster Shield as well. This is not looking too good for the side of Reply Totem.
It's a convincing start for Foot, but Mary there with the hypercharge might have just opened up a real issue. Semantic is going to be left alone here for the defense, and he's got no gadget anyway. Rattled Hive was the choice. It wasn't going to be there, the Honey Molasses, which I do like for the defensive side for esports here, but now Reply Totem gets a much better position on the mid, but there's another gadget there from Lenan. It's going to clear up Joker. The burn down could be there, trickling down, and he will fall 2 versus 2 now, 2 versus 1, as Semantic is the last man standing. No super to hand, no amplified shot. It's going to be a walkthrough, and Reply Totem leveling out.
That's what they needed. That's what they wanted. Overtime isn't going to be terrible for them considering they're against a Buster, but still 50 seconds on the clock. Life Blank going to be there to provide Maru with a bit of healing. Joker's going to go for the dashes away, trying it around the side of Lenane so he can't use that bounce back from the shield. But Maru's dominating Drage over this left-hand side, and if he keeps on like this, there's going to be no Sandstorm waiting.
Drage does get a nice connection onto Maru, and the finish is there from Semantic, but it's still going to be a tough thing to push through because Lenan is just too low. Mary seals that idea and gets a nice hypercharge super onto Semantic. He goes down. Reply Totem now in such an advantageous position going into an overtime scenario with 20 seconds left. For esports have got to get this ball clear.
And no Sandstorm here either, and Maru trying to beat around this wall, trying to get super, and if he does, that's going to be devastating for them. Buster's got his, though, able to bounce back a few shots. B's going to be big in overtime here, but Joker surely able to evade so many shots, and Maru just slotting into this position. Lane can't be slowed, obviously. In comes that super from both, from Mori, and he cycled it out. Drage slowed down, down he goes. Match point inbound for Apply Totem.
And deserved, far already deserved. This comp from Foot has still got legs, in my opinion, but they've got to now survival and take it all the way to the 5th. That's a lot of pressure. We've seen Foot able to handle pressure really nicely over the course of the past few weeks, but at this stage, this win means far more for Apply Totem than it would do for Foot. When you look at the score lines and their prospects for this challenge finals, this is where Apply Totem know that it's their best chance to continue on this competition.
Well, super fair from Maori already onto Drake. He's dominating this left-hand side, as I said in the last one. Lenane so low, Semantic not looking too good either. 3v1 now, wasted that big shot. Joker's just going to go in, tank everything. Goal for Apply Totem. And for esports, you've got to book your ideas up here.
Very much in trouble. You know, Drage and Nouns just keep falling and leaving Semantic alone in these 1 versus 3 positions. They've got to just be more self-aware to the fact that Apply Totem are targeting them and leaving Semantic knowing full well that he's the worst person to defend against all 3 of them still standing. Great super there from Maru on the right-hand side. There's not really anything Nouns can do about it, and Joker's going to continue the advance. It could well be over right here, but Joker falling there might have just changed my mind.
And Rattled Hive clutching things up there, keeping Foot alive in this matchup. Still, goal ahead though, a Reply Totem, 1 minute 30 on the clock. Lenane got this barricade, ready to try and push this forwards, but 3 members of Reply Totem waiting in this bush. He isn't going to last long.
Yeah, this Ems pick really is showing all its worth here. Maru playing it fantastically well. Hypercharge connection again from Maori, leaving nowhere for Samantha to go. Drage is going to fall. Lenana is going to have to do so much work on the defense here, but Reply Totem playing it safe, taking the ball back, and I mean, it could go working out well for them. But if Foot Esports here get themselves together, then this ball positioning might go in their favor.
Yeah, well, they're not getting themselves together, let's be honest. They've all fallen down, just Semantic remain, and this time Reply Totem choose not to aggress, and, you know, why would they? Why would they step out of line when they don't need to? Well, you know where the ball is it back in the corner? Sandstorm there, and it's played so defensively that it's not going to matter for pushing up this map. Maori throws down a super on that right-hand side, which means just the left is open, and Foot Esports only have 1 choke point to push through, but Lenane trying to make it happen.
Yeah, the ball down that bottom right, and Joker's going to probably put it into the pocket. I think it's wise in this scenario. It's a 3 versus 1 so far, and Foot know that this is their best chance. They've got to get up to their full HPs, and they've got to time this right. They've still got the Sweet Dream stun available for Drage and Lenan as well. They've got to go in right now. This is the best chance for Foot. 25 seconds on the clock, and everyone's forced away. Drage is trying to find Maori. He's working around this wall. Samantha's still in play here as well, but can't quite get the ball. Super connection stays alive. Can he get the pass off? The ball's still there lingering, and forced away. It's actually going to be a defense. Reply Totem staying firm, but it's just Maori. It still goes in regardless. How?
So close for Reply Totem to close it out and still have a chance. So many supers were used by Foot Esports to force that goal in. Lenane not finding the barricade, blocks onto Mori. Sandstorm ready and available. Drage using it instantly, stunned out onto Maori. Hypercharge thrown down though, gets Drage slowed. Totem still have a chance on this defense. Ball played to the left, but Joker is dominating. Lenane pulled in with the gadget. Now it's a 2v3. Maru low though. Semantic needs to get this shot, gets it, and that's going to tie up that game. Still match point for Totem, but Foot with a lifeline.
This is an insane amount of pressure that Foot are still able to withstand, it seems, but for how long, realistically? Because that looked to me like that was where Reply Totem were going to seal it. No doubt in my mind. I was surprised the ball trickled in when it did, in all honesty, but very calculated. You could see exactly what the plan was leading up to it, and Foot were able to bring it together. But again, these early moments is where they're kind of struggling to get control, to get that early lead on the game, and that's got to change.
Yeah, it really does. Joker doing such a good job of dashing forward and dealing with Lenane here in these tough situations. Down he goes, and Totem back in a good position. It's all versus Semantic yet again, and we know what's been happening when this has been the case. Totem going to score, move up early on again. 2 minutes still on the clock, though. A lot of time for a comeback.
That's the 3rd goal where it's just Semantic left alone. And that is the problem when you've got a comp as aggressive as this, and Reply Totem just really astute to it. Amplified shot there really did help there onto Maori. It's going to slow things down just a little bit, but again, Reply Totem can take their time at this stage. But nonetheless, ball's still there, and if Foot Esports can start to recollect themselves and get just a couple of kills along the way, can turn very much quickly into a tie.
Joker not in the best positions, dashes away from that gadget of Lene, though knocked back from Mari. And Mari going to be able to get that knock forward, but the super shot to the right, and surely this is going to put the nail in the coffin. Reply Totem take the win. FUT Esports falls short. Now this is all to play for in the middle of the pack.
Tomorrow, Reply Totem versus VN Esports. I cannot wait for it. Sunny, what do you make of that game?
Absolutely crazy what those two teams have been showing us here. Totem in the end claiming the victory there and fulfilling the bingo. What happened there? Lady Fortuna certainly had a word in that one, or let's call her Lady Bingo for today. Trev, what a great prediction you did there.
I know. I mean, I think it's fair to say it's just all luck at this point. Like, there's absolutely no skill involved in knowing this game, knowing the teams, or having any predictions whatsoever.
Flip it.
Clip it. Absolutely outrageous. Kicking things off with a win on Knockout. I've got to say, the morale boost for the stroke of the bingo. The morale boost for Reply Totem was a great way to kick things off. Trav is just throwing things all over the studio. It's absolute chaos, but Reply Totem set the wheels in motion for what could be an absolutely fantastic comeback, Sunny.
Well, certainly, yeah. And as we stated just at the start of this whole evening, they can still make it to the finals now. They won their match and they really needed to win. It seems like both VN and Totem can make it count when it counts. They both needed to win their match today. Both did so. Now they're facing up against each other tomorrow. The last two that are still up for this spot. Well, maybe Team Queso still has something to talk as well if they win the next two matches.
A battle for fourth place continues, and we absolutely love what we're seeing. It can go all the way down to the wire, and that's what we love on something like the challenge season. Now, Ark, we've got to give credit where credit's due, though. Drage, two absolute clutch moments. One from Heist, one in Brawl Ball to secure that ever so crucial final goal. But obviously, ultimately, it wasn't to be, but what a performance from him.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been that aggressor, you know, on the side of FUT Esports. Now that Lenan come into the mix, he's obviously taken a lot more of the mantle as far as that's concerned, but he has always been consistency key, and he has been the drafting mastermind as far as I'm concerned. That's where his strength really has found its place, and you know, those results speak for themselves. But certainly in that final set, you know, himself and Lenan going down, leaving Semantic alone, that's kind of where the whole thing kind of unraveled for me. And I think that if the scoreline had been a bit different going into that game of Brawl Ball, maybe then we would have seen some different results. But the pressure just kind of got to them just a bit towards the end, and you cannot take it away from Reply Totem. From their performance yesterday to today, they have made some serious adaptations overnight, and they've just come together and looked much more like their former selves.
Yeah, Trav, what do you reckon, what are you thinking that those adaptations were? Like, what did Reply Totem do particularly well today? Was it the synergy? Was it individual performances, hitting their shots, all of the above?
I mean, to be fair, I didn't really see any massive individual performances, to be honest. I genuinely just think that they played so much better as a team. And obviously, their gameplay was a bit better as well individually as well. Like, it couldn't really get much worse after yesterday, let's be honest, against Team Queso. So I think it's really good to see them back on decent form and back in the contention to go to those challenge finals.
We've got a few clips lined up, don't we, Sunny? So please make your way over to the Telestrator, where we can break down a few of those key moments that led to that Reply Totem crucial win over FUT Esports.
It's quite funny that we actually chose two moments where FUT Esports was shining a tiny bit better, or a tiny bit more than Totem. At the same time, Totem had still some very good plays in that one. We chose a Heist game and lost Brawl Ball moment, where you probably already know which ones we were choosing. Here we just come out of Reply Totem completely turning things around in the very first Heist game. They just come out of a win over the first set, now looking like they're also winning this Heist set. It's 17 to 21% at the moment for the side of Totem. Now Semantic and Lena are going to proceed and try to take down Maru and Mari convincingly, and trying to not let them do any more damage. As we can see now, gets the double takedown there. Then on the right top-hand side, we see Drage getting rid of Lena, no? Who is it? Joker still standing up there with the Carl. And then they just proceed, go away please, to do some damage onto Safe. Semantic putting a super onto Safe, and now all of Totem trying to focus on Drage. Drage still getting all three shots out. and managing. We are on 13 to 10% to get it down to 8%, winning this heist set, or the game at least in the end. So very close one there. Both teams with very good moments, as Totem really just knew they needed to put everything onto safe in the last few moments. Foot Esports then able to get them taken out in time. Now this Brawl Ball moment, you probably know which one I have chosen. EUR&MENA coming here on the right-hand side and opening up that window for his teammate. Drake then gets his super, places it on the left-hand side to give himself and EUR&MENA some coverage to get into the game again. And then we're gonna see later on Maru trying to clear the ball, almost making it as well. EUR&MENA coming in on the right-hand side. Drake gets his super. Symantec knowing he needs to survive in order for himself to put the ball out of the corner, passing it to his teammates, and he managed to do so. Now, this looks like Drake just gets to take down onto Maru, and they're gonna surely be able to score here. Maru, though, very cleverly survives that one with a nice gadget, passing the ball to the side. And eventually, what potentially looks like he is able to defend that one. But with Mari and Joker then respawning, not able to get that damage output to also get rid of Drake, it was a goal for Foot after all. Well, we all know Totem got it in the end, 3-1. So even though Foot Esports had some great moments, Totem just played it better today.
They did indeed. Thank you so much, Sunny. And I do have to say, we talked about credit where credit is due. When you're under that kind of pressure, coming into a match like this against a team like Foot Esports, I feel like Reply Totem definitely showed really good signs of, again, composure, patience as well, in order to capitalize on those really key moments. I mean, Ark, did you feel like just outplayed in general across the board from Reply Totem, or maybe they just played a way that Foot didn't anticipate them to play?
It was just so close. You know, that was the thing for me that I really take away from that matchup. It was Reply Totem just making a lot of changes along the way. You know, clearly they were just maybe a bit more communicative in that sense, just making sure to have more of a discussion on where things are going wrong from yesterday, going into that real-time scenario today, ensuring that when there's an issue that they're just looking around it. I think draft-wise as well looked like a bit better for me for the most part of things. You know, Knockout, again, going in with that strategy at the beginning, just playing it a bit slower, being still aggressive, but allowing Foot to make the mistakes, to give them that early lift into things. I think that first set was really quite an important one for them to win, and Foot just kind of gave it to them a bit on a plate, so they're a bit slower to the mark, and then that's where things start to unravel for them.
Well, nevertheless, at this point, Foot still remain in a qualifying spot. So we have 2 down and 2 to go to remain here in day number 6 of the challenge season. And coming up very soon, we have a basement battle fast approaching. We have SK Gaming fresh off a 3-0 loss going up against a team Queso that smell blood in the water. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Barney and I'm joined by Sunny, Trav and Ark in the studio. And just 2 matches remain in this penultimate day of the challenge season. And boy, oh boy, this could be a big upset. I'm going to set the scene for you. We have one team coming into this competition at the beginning of the challenge season with very high hopes and high expectations on their shoulders. And they have had a catastrophic start to the season. And on the other hand, we have a team who have had, it seems, the SPS curse lifted only yesterday. It's SK Gaming going up against Team Queso. Now, Trav, we saw a new Team Queso yesterday, let's say. They showed grit, they showed determination, but it's your boys, it's SK. What do you think?
I think I'm going to go to Totem. Oh, God. I'm going to go Totem.
You're going to go Totem?
Totem, I mean...
You're going to go Totem?
What?
I mean Team Queso.
Were you put off by any
Start
chance?
with a T. Both start with a T. We'll go for Team Queso. That's who I meant to go for. I've got Reply Totem fresh in my head from getting the prediction right in the last one, you see. So now I'm going to go Team Queso. I think Team Queso in a 3-1's the way I'm going to go for it. Just after yesterday's performance, yes, Reply Totem played awful, but you know, SK played awful yesterday as well, so I'm going to go Totem.
If we're speaking about...
I said it again. I'm losing it. I'm losing it.
You never had it.
If we're speaking about morale, let's say, SK are off the back of 2 3-0 losses on day 4 and day 5. So, Sunny, do you feel like they're more on the back foot?
I mean, at this point, I don't think they can even still make it into the finals. So for them, this is just a training match to World Finals, which are coming next in a week. It is already. So they should still take this one as a good opportunity to play against high-end teams, such as Team Queso. But I just feel like the incentive is definitely bigger for Team Queso.
Competitive reps, let's call it. They're going to get some competitive reps in. Ark, let's talk a little bit about the history of these two teams. It seems pretty one-sided. When we look at the kind of history of how they've played together, it's very SK-sided.
It really is. You know, that I'm not even too sure that there's ever been an instance where SK Gaming have lost to Team Queso, actually. I mean, maybe in some of the top stages.
Today's the day.
I mean, I just put it out there, you know, like, I'm not too sure. I mean, but regardless, today, Team Queso, my goats. They are going to go all the way because we know what ball I drew at the beginning of the show.
The way that you lot switch up your predictions and switch up, you know, who you're backing, it's just outrageous.
Hey,
but you know what?
Balls never lie.
Yeah, they never do, which we will get to at some point. Trav, why don't you kick things off with setting us the scene between SK and Queso?
Well, you know, as Ark just said, there's not much of a scene other than SK dominance, really, between these two teams. So I kind of feel like I should have maybe gone for SK, and this is a bit of a backtrack, but I'm going to stick with my guys. I'm going to stick with my guys, Team Queso. And Banks is shaking his head, but I am going to stick with Team Queso. I think they've got what it takes today after their performance yesterday, and SK just don't seem like themselves. Coming into this competition, they looked so good. You know, I said they might be the best team in the world, I think, on the first show day. And I don't know what happened to that. But we completely... Listen, we're backtracking again through that because, you know, never mind one of the best teams in the world. They're pretty much sitting like 8th in Europe at the moment, according to this competition. So, you know, I mean, there's not much of a stage to set. SK usually do beat Team Queso, but I think, you know, as I said, today's the day we see something different.
We've seen a fair bit of domination, but when iChaos and when OPE are really, truly on form, they tear through. They had an incredible 3-0 earlier on in the challenge season, but to be honest, it's just been a bit lackluster before and now after then. So, Sunny, all it seems is that Queso just need to kind of show that little bit of patience that we've just seen from Reply Totem and almost let SK make mistakes.
I mean, I'm having patience with them at the moment. I really just wait for the moment where SK Gaming switch back on and turn back to how strong they were at the start of the season. Also, they don't have any other team they know as well as Team Queso. They're really close friends, mostly all from Spain, 5 of the 6 players we have there. So if they don't beat Team Queso, I'm really scared for them for Worlds. At the same time, again, incentive this time around is greater for Team Queso, and we just witnessed VN and Totem really turning up a notch because they need to win this match today.
Friends butting heads, that's what I love to see. We love a good storyline over here. And speaking of storyline, at the beginning of the show, you saw us remove some bingo balls that also had on them a team name. Mine was SK and Arc's was Queso. So I'm going to spin for our prediction scoreline that we've got right here. Let's have a quick spin here. Let's hope this doesn't go horribly wrong. There's 1 and there's 2. So the first one is mine. Arc, yours is a 3-0 in favor of Queso.
My goats.
And mine is a 3-2 in favor of SK Gaming. We're going to lock in those predictions. And first I'm going to go to Sunny. What is your prediction for this match?
It's such a tough one. I'm going to stick with the pattern today has been following, so Team Queso's going to take it. It's going to be a close one, though. Another 3-2 for Queso.
3-2 for Queso. So what, 3-0 Queso? What a 3-2 Queso.
Sweet.
I've got an SK Gaming of 3-2. What about yourself, sir?
I'm going to go for a cheeky little sweep as well. I think Team Queso got it in a 3-0.
3-0 for Team Queso.
I haven't even been forced to say that like Arc, has I? That's coming from the heart.
Well, the draft will be coming along imminently here on your screens. We've still got plenty of matches to come today on the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's been absolutely phenomenal up to this point for the challenge season. Definitely something that we wouldn't have expected. Who would have thought that right now, at this point in the challenge season, the penultimate day, we'd have a basement battle between SK and Queso? I mean, Trav, you definitely didn't think that, right?
No, maybe I thought Queso would be down here, but to be honest, I didn't think SK were going to. After their LCQ performance, after their win in Queso Cup, kind of expected them to come into this competition and dominate, but it's been the complete opposite. They just haven't had the same energy, they haven't had the same skill, team play, and everything just seems to be falling apart for them at the moment. Things need to be done. They need to, repair their team before World Finals, before the end of this competition as well, because, there's such massive hills for them to climb, and if you can't beat Team Queso, what are you going to do at Worlds?
Oh, dearie me. I did a little bit of scouring on social media earlier, and I saw that SK 17 hours ago had tweeted out going, "This is it, it's our time." And then 16 hours ago, it was, "The curse is real." SPS curse, it's a real thing. The draft is now on our screens. Arc, why don't you take us through the bans, then I'll come to Trav, and then you two can head on over.
Yeah, Julian Beetle said, I mean, Luban is a must, as we've already said. Probably means that Team Queso might have the coin toss here in their favor. The Cordelius, the Buster, and the Grey bans for them, and the Barley alongside the Stu ban and the Luban for SK Gaming.
Right, I'm switching up my prediction.
What?
They did the same thing yesterday, guys, and it worked.
Ooh.
Where's the problem?
Okie dokie. A little bit of a stalemate that we've got going on here in the studio. Trav? Gale? No-go?
On Julian Beetles, though.
I'm not much of a big fan of it, to be honest with you. And as a first pick, definitely not the biggest fan of it. I think SK can definitely have some great counters to this a bit further on down the line, and literally all they need to do is just not take some tanks, and I think they'll be all right.
Yeah, I was hoping for some chessy action coming in now. Colette would have been a blast against the Gale as well. The Stu, they banned out themselves. Usually the brawl you want to go with against the Gale. But let's see with what they're going to come up with. A lot of tanky brawlers that aren't necessarily tanks are still on the line as well. Bonnie could be coming in. Meg, not too shabby as well. So even if Team Queso has a tank counter, those would still be options. Pam as well. So good on this map.
Buster just doesn't get to play, does he? I feel bad for him.
I've got to leave with what you just said, Sonny. Like, Pam is so good at the moment. And Julian Beetles is like her best map. So why first pick Gale? I mean, I'm really hoping that Team Queso, being that they are my goes today, have got... in fact, I have no doubt they've got a strategy, they've got a plan. I'm so hyped for what they've got lined up. They're cooking.
Ooh, cooking. Well, with that being said, please, Arc and Sunny, make your way over to the caster desk to break down what is going to be a fantastic match. I feel like this series could turn a lot of heads. Can the stars align for Team Queso, or have SK learned from their mistakes? Only one way to find out. It's SK Gaming versus Team Queso.
We're finishing up the draft now. Team Queso coming out of a win yesterday, and SK back of a loss against Zeta Division, kind of taking them down with them. Zeta Division didn't have a chance to make it into the finals anymore. SK doesn't either now.
I'm just loving what I'm seeing from Team Queso. This is like such a astounding draft that I'm seeing unfold, and I really love Love where it's leading. For SK, they're bang in trouble, I'll be honest. I think that they might have the wrong end of the stick in terms of the meta, and their idea is just a bit all over the place for me, you know?
I mean, they really did try yesterday to impress us with some good picks, like the Gale against the Nietzsche, just placing down the Twister and to save Nietzsche, can't place a bear down. But now leaving that Colette open, Colette being one of the best counters towards Jessie and the Pam. Car is going to be the last pick for Team Queso. Again, I say two brawlers that Team Queso absolutely loves, and comfort sometimes go over meta picks.
Chef's kiss to that car, be honest. Like, I was sold before I even saw it.
Queso.
I was sold before I even saw it, and, you know, I don't need to see the third and final pick from SK. I mean, it's amazing anyway, so, you know, but actually, this is actually one of the better maps for her, so I feel it. I mean, to be fair as well, watching it play out yesterday on Double Swoosh, I'm feeling a bit more towards Macy, maybe more than I am Mandy these days, but now maybe Reply Totem may have shifted me somewhat towards that brawler as well. Definitely, I think that for the side of Team Queso, they're going to be very much concerned on that mid position, that mid role, and if the Macy just is able to gadget into that thick of things and just connect with a nice super there as well, get some good value off the back of things, then that's going to be a troublesome thing for Queso. They're going to be a bit cautious in that regard.
I don't think it's going to be trouble. We just established yesterday that Macy has the worst win rate, or rather the best lose rate in all of the Snapdragon Pro Series fashion. So let's see if actually SK Gaming can turn things around here, give Macy a bit of a comeback or not. It's going to be OP on that Macy versus Javi in mid. Boss lane against Chaos, getting the better out of that one. Chaos already low, he has to fall back there. Team Queso already with 20% now.
I mean, it worked for Team Queso yesterday, so I mean, I'm feeling like it could be that brawler which could work for SK here today. But that's a nice find there from Javi, and again, the mid control firmly with Team Queso. Remember, squeeze from Yoshi, going to just trickle down Blackseas somewhat on the left-hand side, and those shots will finalize things. This is the best opportunity for SK to start to push their way forwards. Lovely connection from Boss, but scrutinized heavily on the return, and this is the chance for SK to make up for lost time.
They're almost 50% already taken by Team Queso. It's going to be a tough one for SK Gaming to now hold on to control. At the same time, they do have a Macy super now. They do have Yoshi's turret, going to be able to heal up quite easily. And Team Queso have a really tough exercise in their hands now, trying to go up against this tanky comp.
Yeah, now that SK have been really getting their value in, they're just about to draw forwards the lead, and Team Queso ball in there, caught really all that blowback, and might have actually pushed OP to the far right hand side, and Boss was about to get a lovely connection off the back of things, but still going. That turret, though, is instantly eradicated. I love that for Team Queso, but a great connection from OPE. They're going to force things back into the hands of SK. This is where things get very, very tight for time. It's 72% in favor of SK Gaming.
It takes so long to get a Jessie hypercharge, and Boss just gets rid of that turret within seconds. Still, SK Gaming taking over the lead for now, 15% left for them for the taking. OP tries to get rid of any danger. Boss trying to go in, but they can't take out Chaos, and Yoshi still standing in mid there. SK Gaming actually taking that first game, looking very convincing, but only in that second half, Team Queso with a much better start.
Convincing for now, but this is where, you know, my goats, Team Queso, will start to overthrow things and make sure to keep the sweep alive. I mean, there's no chance that SK will bring back this set. I'm calling it now. Not with what I've seen so far. I'm completely sold on things. I think, though, in all seriousness, Team Queso need to kind of focus much more on that kind of mid to late game. They had a fantastic early start in the last game, but they sort of dwindled more towards the end as their confidence kind of got a bit towards... oh, what a stun there from OPE. I love that gadget. Absolutely shutting Boss down, and now Chaos coming in with that slow. What an interaction there.
That's actually interesting to see. OP actually able to get Colette out of super, and with that, SK Gaming takes over mid control. Chaos standing firmly in that zone in mid, getting the lead now. OP gets taken out by Boss eventually. And with that, Team Queso back on the push now. Chaos just trying to get his super, still hypercharged, still long away.
See that Gale just not really cutting it for me. I mean, they're just able to survive on that. Should have really been a takedown, and that's why I'm not too sold on it myself. Blackseas on the right-hand side, though, going to clear up house, and there, low is Chaos going to fall. OPE just trying to keep his team alive in that mid in terms of the objective power, but there's the jump pad back in from Queso, but I'm not sure how much value it's really obtaining for them. SK are very much astute to it, and there's the hypercharge connection from OPE. Going to secure Javi on that mid range, and the right-hand side, Boss coming in as well. It's just quite a scrap.
What an interaction once again. OP dodging those shots, getting super, and getting the takedown in the end. Finally gets taken out himself by Javi, but SK Gaming still with a comfortable lead here of 20%, making that Mazy work. OP doing so much work overall. Now Chaos with a Jessie hypercharge.
Tara gonna go down, it's gonna force the hand here of Team Queso, and they're gonna be dropping like flies. 72% for SK Gaming, and now in such an affirming role in the mid, very tough to shake as Boss misses his super there as well. It's going from bad to worse, and I just don't see a way that Team Queso can shake then SK off this zone. They're cycling their hypercharges beautifully.
They really do. OP getting the better out of Hobby there, and the last few percentages are being picked up. SK Gaming getting the first set in a 2-0 sweep there. Are you still looking as comfortable on your side, Ark? You were really rooting for Queso.
I didn't do the predictions. The bingo machine did. So,
you're just turning
as far as I'm
things.
concerned, this is all out of my hands. It's all out of my hands. I can't really say more than I have. I know. I still have faith. I still have faith in my goats, despite it not being the scoreline. You know, hey, the ball machine said that it was going to be a Team Queso win. I'm staying with it.
To be fair, Trev chose a 3-0 for Team Queso. I also said they're gonna get the better out of SK Gaming today, so we're looking over there. Banks, again, the only one that really thought SK Gaming has what it takes, but we also only watched one set so far. Certainly a lot of control there from SK Gaming, turning things around even when Team Queso had a really good start, and actually giving Maisie finally a win.
It is honestly, though, a very good map mode for SK Gaming. They love to pick Pam into that dueling Beatles map, and time again, it works out really, really well for them. I didn't mind the Macy pick at all. I think it kind of has a place there more than it has in others, and combined with that Pam, it kind of worked. I think that draft really was an SK Gaming draft. I think that they worked it out really nicely there. But we have seen weaknesses in that very thing with SK in the past. And the key now is for them, at least, to keep that consistency going into the second set and the third, and just try to keep that pressure onto Team Queso. Whereas on the side of Team Queso, yesterday, we saw a lot of really great ideas working out well against Reply Totem. But, you know, that Gale pick for me, you know, I'll be honest, in all seriousness, it really wasn't for me. I'm not a big fan of the kind of jump pad in approach. I think that more often than not, you know, providing your opposition is communicating effectively, you're pretty much just going to be seeing your grave as soon as you kind of try to land into the map. But Pinhole Punt up next. SK Gaming going to be banning out the B, the Poco, and the Sandy. First pick is Stu, which I've heard negative things about for the majority of pros. First pick Stu, a lot of pros say they prefer to pick it in later. Regardless, though, obviously SK have the coin toss. Bans for Team Queso being the Cordelius, the Buster, and the B.
Stu certainly has some counters that Team Queso could pick up now. Looking at the Terra, for example, not a bad pick on Pinhole Punt either. Haven't seen her so far today at all, though. Let's see if they're actually gonna try to go on that ledge and picking her up here. SK Gaming so far certainly proved that they have the mental that it takes. They proved composure after coming out of a 3-0 loss yesterday. They are now winning the first set. Let's see if they can take the momentum also into this one. Team Queso again with one of their favorites picking up the Otis here. Comfort picks again, and it seemed to work out yesterday. Why not repeat the same process?
It's definitely one of those top brawlers at the moment, Otis, and often banned for that very reason. I kind of like they're watching what Reply Totem brought in on this map earlier today with the M's. Macy going to be bringing in for Team Queso. In terms of a mode, it's definitely one of her better modes. I don't know whether it's her best map in that regard. I'm still not necessarily sold on it everywhere. I think it worked out well yesterday in Double Swoosh, and it worked out well in Dueling Beetles because those maps have that kind of area of uncertainty, unknown, like the bushes and being able to then advance out of them and cause a real problem. You know, if that's just taken a bit more cautiously by your opposition, it's very hard to kind of actually make Macy work here, but certainly if Team Queso go on the offensive nicely, that's a brawler that I much prefer over Macy. I mean, any day of the week, I'll be looking to get a Lou over that.
Lou's so strong. We got that shown so many times already today, and so far we also don't really have SK Gaming being punished for that Stu as first pick, so I don't hate the Stu pick at all. Could come in now with a clutch, have the double hypercharged spike still open here as well. A lot of hypercharged brawlers are still on the line, or just something, again, they feel comfortable with. Card would still be open here, has been picked up today quite a bit. Sandy as well is banned out here, so probably not going to be picked up here. Gray going to come in here on Pinhole Punt. That's something we see very often, but he has been banned out every single match at least once, so it makes sense.
Yeah, Gray's so frequently banned, isn't it, really? And for good reason. It's going to be that brawler which can really chip away at those weak moments in Team Queso if they are, you know, looking weak and weary. providing you've got that TP in, you can really just go in and secure things. It just opens up a lot of space, and sometimes as well, some great goal scoring opportunities. There's a spike as well coming in, and that's going to be 2 hypercharged brawlers on the side of Team Queso, just the one of SK Gaming. But you know, with what everyone's been discussing with Lou, it's like almost like his hypercharge is as strong as having 2 on your side. But you know, in this kind of map as well, you know, if Team Queso find themselves in those back spawn areas and Lou has hypercharge, I mean, everyone is just going to be sitting there like ducks. So I think for Team Queso, just keeping themselves a bit disbanded and a bit more kind of spread across the map, going to work out better for them. And just again, trying to shake off that first defeat in that first set, I think it's going to be quite important for them to keep their mental in play and again, focus on their victories from yesterday to be able to try to see this one through.
Let's see who gets Brawl Ball onto their side. A bit more aggression from the side of SK Gaming with that Gray and Stu action. A lot of control on the side of Team Queso, and with that, SK Gaming already pushing up quite aggressively, getting 1, gets 2, Boss falling as well. Black Sea, the last man standing. This could already be a goal, and it is, as SK Gaming gets a team wipe in the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, not a start the Team Queso were looking for at all, and they're going to have to take that learning on board and try to fight back. That's a great connection for Boss, double kill there for him as well. OP still standing though. The left-hand side, the ball being pushed through, and now a chance for SK to try to slow down the advance and try to defend against this is better. But this ball going to be going straight into the pockets, as we know that SK love to do.
OP playing it so aggressively, goes down there. Team Queso now with the mid control have the possibility to push up here. Boss also with a hypercharge in his hands. Javi with a super gets taken out there by Chaos. Great straight there. OP now in a 1v2 situation. Can he defend it for long enough? He TPs through. Black Sea doesn't find the opening though. Gets taken out in the end. No goal for Team Queso so far.
Nice walking cane there from OP, but that is the last one he's got, so no more gadgets for him. And again, that ball in the corner, you know, that's just always been a staple diet for SK Gaming. But if you've got the lead, why not? Why not? But this is why I don't really necessarily agree with that as a strat, because going in aggressively, more often than not, tends to overthrow. Great stun there from Chaos, just in the nick of time, but Black Sea survives on that mute. Absolutely on point from Javi.
Oh my god!
The defense is there, the left-hand side ball will stand, and not quite an opening that Team Queso could capitalize on.
How much work Chaos stitches there with a great stun and getting rid of any aggression that Team Queso were showing them. And also dodging those incoming shots by Black Sea, surviving just long enough. Another push though from Team Queso incoming now. Can they still turn things around? Super coming out from Black Sea, OP and Chaos too far away. And Boss just slots that one in.
Boss is playing this Macy really nicely. In all honesty, he's getting a lot of value from it, and SK just need to be a bit more cautious to when he's got that super, because the value that he's been obtaining is opening up space for his team. OP goes in, clears up house on that right-hand side, having a very tough spot, mutes out Yoshi, and will actually come out on top. That was a crucial interaction realistically there. It keeps the defense alive, and now Team Queso can start to bring this ball forwards into overtime.
The last 12 seconds, and let's say it probably gonna head into overtime here as Boss is falling. Chaos pushing up with hypercharge, getting a second takedown there, doing so much work for his team. Another super coming down, just a path through there. Beautiful way there. And in the last second, SK Gaming gets the second goal and claims the first game of Brawl Ball.
Chaos there did work.
Yes.
Absolute work on that loop pick. And again, that hypercharge really just showing all the value that it brings to the table. But Team Queso, a great mountain to climb here in this series. And so far, we see just a bit more. They made some good opportunities for themselves, no doubt about that. And they've got to be able to turn those opportunities into goal-scoring ones, and this could be an opportunity here in itself. And meanwhile, the defense is strong here for SK, and as quickly as that overthrown, and could be well another goal to seal it, as OP should be able to walk it through. Didn't quite go for it the way I was hoping he would. I guess a bit concerned of Boss's gadget and stunned out in the process, but nonetheless, the pressure still is being exerted onto Team Queso.
Still do have a lot of pressure there. Yoshi surviving, trying to dash away from Boss's super. Does survive the interaction in the end. Great walking cane coming in from OP. They do get the takedown on Boss in the end. 3v2 situation once again. Just don't feed Black Sea. They get the takedown before he gets another super. Javi, the last man standing, is able to defend that one, but OP teleporting through, get the goal done. Bit of a fumble there, but they ended up scoring after all.
It looked like they were going to try to time the walking cane connection there with the Stu super to just have that goal-scoring opportunity be wide open, but TP in the end from OPE sealed it, and Team Queso are behind quite considerably so here. They need a goal just to stay alive in this set, as SK really are looking more and more at home. Black Sea stand out and taken down. It's just going to be Javi. One little bit of a fast splatter is not going to be enough. He's a mutant, he's found it, but the pass is there. The connection from Boss is beautiful. Stuns it out, gets the ball clear, and Team Queso keep themselves alive.
Maisie, what a goalkeeper there. Boss doing so much work now, pushing up themselves. And Team Queso still has 1 minute on the clock to turn things around here. Definitely looks a lot better from them now, playing it a lot more aggressively, getting 2 takedowns. Chaos, the last man standing. Can he defend? He folds as well. And Team Queso evening out the score 50 seconds before we close.
Team Queso are fighting for their lives, but that is the first real sign of pressure being exerted back in the face of SK, in my opinion. Let's see how they continue off the back of this. Yoshi at the right-hand side, pushed in quite deep there as Boss having that super to hand as well. We know what he can do with it, but into OPE, not the best of matchups, so he can just kind of TP away from it to safety. So in the meanwhile, SK in the mid, low HP, healing up as these mutes onto Yoshi from Javi really are cutting their worth.
Boss again with Hypercharge ready, just waiting for the opportunity to push up aggressively, waiting for those walls to break down for now. SK all with super, waiting for the exact same moment. Hypercharge pop from Chaos, Hypercharge pop from Boss, both get a takedown. Javi has been falling. We have a 3v2 situation, Boss is one shot. SK Gaming with the push up pass to Chaos. He has a super ready and he scores it. SK Gaming taking Brawl Ball, another 2-0 against Team Queso.
Well, at this rate, you know, the Bingo machine may have been giving us a prediction for SK rather than Team Queso. I mean, definitely their best set for the side of Team Queso so far. But SK are looking just that little shade better here today. I mean, they are looking much more prepared, and it doesn't seem like they're really being tested too much so far. I'm liking the drafts on both sides. It's just SK that have that edge, and I wouldn't be surprised if this next set is sealed in their favor coming up, to be honest. If they keep this kind of thing up, Team Queso now running that full reverse sweep to do anything about it. It's going to be very, very tough to do.
It certainly wasn't the draft. It was simply SK Gaming being a bit more in control at all times. And I have to give some credits to the Hypercharge after all. Whenever Lou had his Hypercharge, SK Gaming was able to score. Chaos doing so much work also on defense. At the same time, Blacksy with that spike, I liked what I saw from his side. Every time the Hypercharge came down, they did manage to get a goal in. He wasn't able to cycle it as well as Chaos, in my opinion.
At this stage, though, I just think Lou is like an insta-ban kind of brawler everywhere. I mean, you know, Team Queso probably maybe shouldn't have left it open there. It's certainly, for me, an absolute 100% must-ban brawl if you don't have the coin toss in Hot Zone, but we've seen it be so versatile as a brawler now, and just that ability to instantly stun and have your teammates come in. It's just like a very easy way of opening up tons of space and opportunities for yourself. So I think that they have to learn from that. They've just got to ban it in the next set. I mean, regardless as to what map mode it is, with the exception maybe of things like Shooting Star, I just feel like it's just so suppressive in its current state. Probably needs a bit of a tune down. Speak of the devil. Here's an opportunity there for Team Queso to not have to worry about banning that particular brawl, and they haven't. They're going with the Max, the Gene, as well as the Bonnie on the side of SK Gaming. I like these bans for them. Actually, the Piper, the Nanny, and the RT, 3 big heavy hitters in my opinion.
Funnily enough, just talking about the map, actually today, every single time, every single matchup, the third map is going to be Shooting Star. So interesting to see that we see one of those maps where Lou might not be shining as much. Team Queso going with that Bell pick, banning out a lot of aggression there. We didn't really see any Bonnie or Max action so far, and they still seem to be scared for death.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure why, to be honest. I mean, Gene has always been relatively decent on Shooting Star, but meta-wise at the moment, I don't really kind of feel like Gene is there. Maybe like double swoosh for gem grab, but I mean, at the moment, he's just been overshadowed by so many brawlers. Sure, the healing has a good place in Shooting Star, but I just don't really feel like it's the best of bans, in my opinion. I think Bonnie, Max, sure, because that can change greatly the amount of pressure that a comp can exert, but Meg gonna come in for SK, we know how I feel about it.
I think you and Trev share the same opinion. Byron now coming in, we haven't seen him at all, I feel like, in Season 4 so far. Didn't really work out too well, but together with the Meg, of course.
It's gonna work.
Those two have one of the best synergies in the game you can have. Just healing up your Meg, keeping her alive and in that Meg, which is so important for a Meg to actually do something, deal out some damage. Now we have another pickup coming up from Team Queso. They just need damage output now, and 8-bit certainly is one of those brawlers that can give them just that. Because to deal against the Meg with a healer in the back, you need that damage.
I like this. Good response there from Team Queso. The 8-bit certainly has found a much better place in Shooting Star. It's taken a while, to be honest, but now it just seems to be in a much better position to be able to handle a lot of the pressure that SK are going to try and throw at this. But Meg, you know, I wasn't really sold with the Byron. It's going to be much more problematic here for Team Queso to deal with. The tick, I was expecting it to come in at some point, but I thought that maybe SK like just deterred away from the idea. it just seems like a lot of the time Team Queso will do this. It's always the Bell with the Tick, and whether it's in Bounty, it's a great map for Tick, but at the moment I think Tick's in a pretty weak place for me. I mean, they'll bring it in a lot in Knockout, Bell and Tick, Bounty, Bell and Tick. I just don't really feel like it's the best of synergies. It's okay, but I think that SK at the moment can just overthrow this. I mean, what can a Tick really do into when a Beg's being pushed in with a Byron, Carl to combine with it? It's going to be very, very tough to defend.
Yeah, I was about to say now with the Max, Jean and Bonnie being banned out, the only option that SK really still has is to go with Carl, and they actually picked it up here. Gray could have worked here as well. We do see him sometimes in mid, but they just need something to deal with a thrower without actually going a thrower themselves. So Carl is going to be able to pick up the blue star right from the get-go. SK Gaming therefore getting the better start, and then can just wait for Team Queso to come a bit too close to maybe catch them off guard and get another takedown. Now with the 8-bit, Team Queso not really very quick on their feet, needs the turret first to actually be able to do something. So Team Queso looking strong in the long run, but they need to be able to survive the start.
Yeah, SK just needs to go super aggressive for me, but OP's got to be a little bit cautious. We saw him going overly aggressive yesterday. I want to see him rein it in just a bit, but nonetheless, just keep suppression fire at bay and keep Team Queso back on those back lines. But Chaos getting some good taps into Javi, and that's going to ensure that his HP is low enough to have to recollect with his squad. But he's really early out, is just about getting that utility down. Flying hook there for OP, but again, over aggression was where we saw him yesterday. That trickle down of the poison will bring the stars back in favor of SK, but only just.
I felt like OP should have been going down twice there already, playing it way too aggressively at the start in my opinion. Team Queso just not punishing him enough, getting the takedown low in the end and still in the back foot as Boss has been dying as well. Now Yoshi turning and falling out of mech there, definitely not what SK Gaming was looking for. That's why they have their Byron. Chaos playing it very aggressively now, trying to get rid of that 8-bit turret with it. Javi is gonna do so much damage as well as the Tick head that's coming in now.
Well, OP is going to force out Super there to try and stay alive in the face of that Tick head, but nonetheless, I mean, I don't know, it's definitely not a good thing to hand over stars, but hand over stars they have regardless. 4 in favor now, Team Queso, they've got the lead, and SK is struggling to really kind of hold too much over them in that regard so far. 30 seconds fast approaching on the clock, and to be fair to SK, one final big push will seal it. OP though will go down there. Just about the last little mine there from Black Sea will seal it. And that's going to be a 3-star lead for Team Queso.
It's not the team we just used to see in the first set. SK Gaming does not have everything under control this time around. Blue star is all that still separates them from a window. Black Sea with 4 stars and the blue one has to be the target. Yoshi gets the takedown at the Javi though. They do have the lead for now. 10 seconds left on the clock. Black Sea trying to aggress here. Gets the takedown out to OP. Team Queso again with the lead. It's only blue star. But SK Gaming with no chance of turning things around now, taking the first game this time around is going to be Team Queso.
Said from the beginning, this is where Team Queso start to turn everything around and get the sweep in, get it done. This is what they've been building up to this entire time, been playing with their food, so to speak, and now SK are in the dust. This is it. This is the start of the turnaround I've been talking about.
Maybe that's the key for Team Queso, playing it a bit more aggressively. Once again, OP trying to go in aggressive, getting the blue star. Yoshi tapped up quite heavily though. OP decides to go in aggressively once again. He will lose that blue star. Again, over-aggressing. Why, Ark?
Yeah, they did it yesterday, and today it just seems to be no different. It's something that SK have really kind of struggled with a little bit, because they are that kind of passive team, that kind of control-based team a lot of the time. Black Sea lost the rod, just staying in the mix, but the splash from Chaos is huge! Double kill for him, and that is going to be SK Gaming leaving the spawn with the goods.
They are in the lead for now. Team Queso on the back foot, need to come back from this one. They didn't make their calculation with Chaos there. Chaos falls one shot. The bell mark definitely hurts him. Needs to use a super to stay alive there. Ticket coming in now. Can SK Gaming prevent this time around from falling? Ope catches it once again. Is one shot now.
Oh, Chaos will fall as well. That's going to bring stars, big stars, over to Team Queso and the lead. Most importantly, treat cartridge away from Javi. Another last hurrah from Black Sea, and SK are really struggling to find the mark. There's one though from Chaos, a big pickup. It brings the stars even, but the blue star still with Team Queso keeps the lead with them.
And we seem to follow the same pattern here. Chaos trying to give his team the lead back. If he falls, everything is over. 40 seconds left on the clock now for SK Gaming to turn things around. Still, Yoshi trying to rest on the right-hand side. The turret from Javi is definitely doing some work there as well. All members of Team Queso doing so much damage there. The last 25 seconds. Can SK Gaming get the kill they need? It's the question.
OP times as well, and the combination between Yoshi, and they are doing just that. There's 14 stars now. What a well-synchronized attack. Yoshi might fall, though. SB 4 stars over. There's no time, realistically, to find anyone on the side of SK. It's just been left a little bit too little, too late, really, for Team Queso to find something of their own.
He's doing so much work there. Get another takedown with 1 second left on the clock. SK Gaming also leaves this match with a win. It already is the match point arc now. Team Queso certainly looks a lot better in this set than they have in the previous ones, but KO saved the day for me here.
Yeah, the question now is, have SK learned enough from their mistakes previously to that? I mean, that was a better set for them for sure, but it still had many a moment where Team Queso looked like they were going to be able to come home with a set. Let's see where this one leads. It's going to be going one way or the other. Could be yet another sweep in this final few days of the challenge season, or can Team Queso just try to delay things a little bit more and keep that reverse sweep dream alive?
We all believed in Team Queso. Let's see if they can turn things around here, prolong at least another set so far. Only Blue Star makes the difference here this time around. OP not over-aggressing. He certainly learned something from the previous game here, trying to get the tick-head down here. Does catch it in the end, gives Chaos a bounce as well. Yoshi's falling. Team Queso taking over the lead.
Just 1 star in it. Flying hook there from OP, but he fires nothing but a nest egg for his time and instantly goes down. And again, these moments, have got to be more calculated by SK. Those flying hooks are really quite key and crucial and can get much more value if timed in those backspawn areas. In the meanwhile, IKS on the left, very low HP, forces out the super and stays alive still. 60 HP now, and not surely a matter of time before he falls. Look at that, as I'm saying it, you can't keep doing it, OP. You're not going to find anything without your teammates.
They need Javi and Boss, and they could still turn things around here. Only Black Sea is the man they can let alive. Chaos falling on the left-hand side, though, turning things around once more as they now need a team wipe. SK Gaming really not looking the best at the moment, but if they get this team wipe, they can still come out of as the winner with a 3-0. Another tick-head. Another time, OP can't do anything, gets taken care of, gets taken out. Team Queso in the lead, 12-1.
I don't know whose side OP is on, honestly. I mean, it's just going in, flying into nowhere. I mean, trying to obviously get the flank off, but I mean, the amount of supers that he's used on the defense away from a tick head as well, it's just going from bad to worse. And Team Queso now, 14 stars and the blue to nothing, literally nothing on the side of SK. And if there's any chance of a reverse sweep now for Team Queso, that is a convincing win and a convincing set for them to kick things off.
I have to say, Team Queso is looking a lot stronger. It wasn't necessarily only the mistakes that SK Gaming made SK Gaming lose this set. At the same time, there have been some great mistakes, especially every single flying hook I've witnessed turned out to be OP's doom.
Amount of times, this is one of those moments where he actually did come back with some good moments, and that lead so instrumental to SK being able to get onto match point, stand a fighting chance in that set. But the amount of times, though, by comparison, where it going like that, I mean, what are you going to come out with? All 3 members of Queso are together. Not only that, they're inside the damage booster. I mean, what outcome are you expecting there? I don't get it.
Team Queso now on their way to maybe still reverse sweeping SK Gaming. That would definitely make up for a good story. At the same time, when did it ever happen in this season that Team Queso came out on top in a 3-2? They always lose in the end. Even if they pick up the next set, it's going to be a really tough pill for them to just manage to deal with the mental stress, which they not always do. Let's put it that way. SK Gaming is still looking strong, but I hope they can get themselves off again and not over-aggress as they just did.
Today's the day. Today is the day. They are my goats. Going to be able to reverse sweep this. This is the start of their downfall.
Already.
SK Gaming looked terrible that set.
Yesterday was today already, Ark. They had their moments.
This is the moment. This is their moment to shine. And honestly, though, I mean, in all seriousness, Team Queso looked very, very good. They did look a lot more together as a squad, and despite that tick pick that I was a bit uncertain about, unsure of, it worked out well. It worked out really, really well for them. But Hot Potato, very much a different kettle of fish. SK Gaming going to be banning out the Colette, the Barley, and the Nita. 3 solid bans for me. for Team Queso, banning out the Ruffs, the Dynamite, and the Jesse, which makes a lot of sense why they're going with first pick Rico. You know, having less wall break on the map, you know, they're looking to try to capitalize a lot more, but, you know, I just kind of wonder if anyone else is trying to dare as much as for esports are in this scenario. When we see a lot of Rico coming in Hot Potato, their strategy just to break things open with the Colt, but no one else really, other than Nouns, bringing it in on Kabim Canyon, has been daring enough to bring in that hypercharged brawler. I think it's a valid one to consider here.
On the word daring, though, we have SK Gaming being really creative with their comps once again, bring out the Mac and Byron comp that we haven't seen all season on Shooting Star. Now, I'm really eager to see if they're going to go with meta brawlers, comfort picks here, or if they decide to go with something very new again. Ems is one of those picks that we do see quite often on Hot Potato, certainly good also against any eventual tanks coming out of Team Queso. I kind of also expect a Lou coming out here just for control.
Team
but,
Queso.
yeah, Team Queso now has a lot of options still open to deal with that bull that Banks was hoping for, so I hope he's happy over there. But I kind of disagree
They're
with
whooping,
that.
actually.
I kind of disagree with that bull pick. What can I say more?
It's leaving the door wide open for a heavy counter here from Queso. I mean, take your pick, Shelly, Lou. I mean, a lot of those ideas can really cause a big problem, but they might want to try to go on something aggressive themselves in that same idea and just try to base race things out. It's going to be tough. Otis, that's kind of more their style. I understand it, but I just, at this stage, feel like there's nothing wrong with a Lou hard counter. Like, considering the hypercharge, it's just there to stun immediately. Otis, it's very Team Queso at this point. Can certainly do a lot of work, but Cordelius as well is available. Why not that instead?
Cordelius, Ember may be coming out of Team Queso as well. They love this brawler. Good for SK Gaming that they banned out Anita. That would have been my pickup here. But I still see that Lou and some of those two teams need to pick him up now, no? I don't know. Team Queso deciding to go with the Willow as last pick. I don't hate it. It can deal well with the tank. It's also a thrower that can do some damage from the distance if they need some damage in the end. But so far, SK Gaming has a bit more damage output with that bull.
I would just double tank this and just hold W myself, but I don't think that's kind of SK Gaming's style here. I think they want, maybe want something a bit more for control or range in that regard, but I think Team Queso certainly, I don't know. I mean, no, they're my goats. Let's go into the fifth and final set. I love this comp. Team Queso doing amazing work. There's the Colt, you know, and that's the thing. You know, it's a daring thing, but it works. It does just work, and I think that's, yeah, this Rico is going to be not as strong in that regard now that I've seen that brawler come into play, and if they break open everything as you will, now with, like, full gadget in play, silver bullet, everything down, then, you know, the map is your playing field, and Rico can't nearly do as much.
I love that Colt pickup. Not only the Rico, but also the Willow will struggle quite a bit now with a wide open map. So I do like that last pickup. The bull, I still feel like SK decided to stick to the guns that always work in the first two sets, picking up 2 sets in a row, then trying something new. It doesn't work out once again, and yesterday it was really all that coming down to the draft. Now I hope this bull pick doesn't hurt them once again.
Well, we shall see. It's going to be iChaos in the mid, who does open things up early, but as quickly as that, taken care of by both Boss and Blacksy. OP into the mid, and Yoshi breaking up more of this map, but that might actually serve against OPE eventually. I mean, the more they open up, the more vulnerable he's going to be. It's a pretty big push here for SK, and Yoshi going to be tapping onto the safe. It's never a good thing to leave a Colt there, but already no gadgets actually available for him. I mean, that's as a result of the map being opened up, so he needs a bit more of that sort of damaged gear onto the safe to really land the mark, and it's going to be Team Queso back on the defense. It's about 20% in it so far, so pretty even game.
Quite a lot of damage dealt on both sides so far. Pretty much base race with Chaos just defending their safe and opened. Yoshi trying to do some damage. Now Boss on safe as well with that Reiko multiple launcher doing so much damage. It's a base race, 17 to 20%. Who will come out victorious in the end?
But I don't think that's a base race that really favors Team Queso too much, and they can't really afford to. One little super from Yoshi, and it's going to be over in there. It is. The shred through is going to be able to secure it. The match point now in SK Gaming's favor, and I just feel that was a risk that Team Queso couldn't really afford to take.
Certainly not. They can't let SK Gaming break up the map and then just let them roll over them. In my opinion, Team Queso needs to play this one really aggressively, getting the recon to safe right from the get-go, and then just defending the remaining percentages. This was just a 1-minute heist game, simply because SK Gaming made a base race out of it.
Well, a good early fat splatter there from Javi, and just ensured that IKEOS was not able to force through his way into the map, but that tap from Yoshi on the right-hand side was huge, and Blacksea falls very, very quickly. This Willow pick, for me, not really doing too much at the moment. So IKEOS, they're getting more consecutive damage and a takedown for good measure, and yeah, not the best of starts realistically here for Team Chaos. So 19% damage already by SK.
Trying to play it a bit more aggressively, but then falling like flies. Both Blacksea and Boss have been falling the first 20 to 30 seconds, and SK already with a great push here, 90% lead. Javi now trying to defend the mid still against Chaos. Chaos has a super though, Javi can't do anything. With a great super coming out from Buster, he does get a takedown onto OP. Only Chaos now still on the save of SK Gaming. On the other side, we have the Willow trying to defend at the same time, getting some save damage, but it's still SK Gaming in the lead.
I think Boss did pretty well there, honestly. That tap was massive onto OP, and if it hadn't have been there, more damage, much more damage would have come down. But they are still far, far from out of the woods. Team Queso have got to get themselves together here. Blacks is going to trickle things down a little bit from that right-hand side, and Javi as well, finding it for good measure, keeping it, hold that mute, of course. So going to be so important to be able to shut down OPE. Yoshi finds the hypercharge, but not much more in terms of connections. Now they start to then iron things out as Javi will fall, and yeah, that's one member of Team Queso, just Blacksea all alone. It's to be able to use, yeah, that's a great time for the mind control, but when they come back around, SK are still in an affirmative position. They cannot lose this mid. This one's going to be over very, very quickly if they do.
40% lead now for SK Gaming. With the map broken up like that, they certainly have the better comp in their hands now. Team Queso needs full mid control, need to defend OP and Chaos in mid now. At the same time, Yoshi trying to defend Buster. Boss getting some damage onto save, but with Chaos at the top there, Blacksea, the last man defending, missing a super. It's going to be SK Gaming running away, taking the match point all the way there. 3-1 for SK Gaming in the end.
Team Queso looks better yesterday, but today it was not to be. SK Gaming coming out on top. Trav, talk to me.
The balls of truth, they have failed us. 1 for 2 today, and 50% is not the best of predictions from the balls. So it's sad to see, but we'll live to fight another day. I mean, unlike Team Queso at this point, and I suppose unlike SK Gaming too. So it doesn't really matter, does it? Regardless of the win, and it was a nice win that they got there. It's a bit of morale boost, showing some signs of life before World Finals at least. SK Gaming, but still a long way to go if they want to perform there.
Say how it is, Trav. It's all right.
I always do.
SK have sort of found their mojo. Nice to see them actually performing well and synergizing a lot more than we've seen in the challenge season up to this point. Got to say, stripping it back all the way to the beginning, SK came out absolutely swinging and capitalized on that brawl ball, and it kind of set the wheels in motion for the remainder of that match. And Team Queso just couldn't seem to find their feet, it seemed. Sunny?
Yeah, both Hot Zone and also Brawl Ball, all in the name of SK Gaming there. Pure domination. At the same time, we did have some great moments from both teams. The 2-0 at the start, it didn't reflect completely what Team Queso were showing us. They certainly had a better moment than afterwards in Shooting Star, where SK Gaming started to be a bit more creative with their comps again, which, in my opinion, is still their biggest flaw. Yesterday, we didn't see a great draft from them at all. Today, they relied a bit more on what's in the meta, what do we feel comfortable with. Even that bull pick, in my opinion, a bit too experimental, but that cold pick saved it all. The Willow and the Rico couldn't do anything.
And I mean, not meaning to lean too heavily onto individuals as well, because we don't seem to do that too much here. But I said going into this arc that if IKEOS is on form, he's on form. And he turned the tide multiple times throughout that series.
He's, for me, this year, he's just been the MVP for SK. He's just always that player that, regardless of what everyone else is doing, whether they're winning their lane or getting the trade in their aggression, he's the guy that's still there to pick up the pieces no matter what. And, he's just been their best player for me. I think that I love what OP brings to the squad in terms of aggression. They were lacking that when they were going through their roster change motions. But sometimes, it just goes in like a ball in a china shop. Despite the pun, it wasn't the ball, it was a Carl. But, I don't always expect him to get out of those moments. I think that, that aggression is a great attribute. It's a great strength, a great skill to have. But it's even better when you can just time those runs a bit more with your squad.
It's a bit like a win big, lose big mentality. Ope runs in, and when it goes well, when he capitalizes, he gets so much value from those aggressive plays. But when it doesn't go well, he kind of throws the entire game for the rest of the team, right, Trav?
Yeah, I mean, it was quite sad to see the amount of times he went in and just died straight up, to be fair. It really wasn't the best.
Of all modes.
It really wasn't the best from Ope, to be honest with you. But I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if you manage to come in with a win, does it really? And, you know, the pieces that he drops, his teammates picked up. So it's really nice to see from SK Gaming that they're starting to get a bit more informed. I don't want to say too much informed because it was Team Queso after all.
Was indeed. Our final match of day 6 is almost here. Two teams that have bounced back in this season, but have bounced back in a big way. One that has dominated the top of the leaderboard yesterday, and the other that swept arguably the best team in the world, Trav. It's going to be Humble going up against Zeta Division right after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and the last piece of the puzzle is yet to be slotted in today, and then we will have our leaderboard going into the final day of the challenge season. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because we have a team that have annihilated the undefeated Nouns yesterday, and a team that have only just about found their feet, albeit a little bit too late in the season. It's Humble going up against Zeta Division. This one could really cause chaos in the leaderboard arc.
It really could. I hope for that reason as well that it is actually Humble that take the loss, but I don't know whether that's going to be the case. I think that Humble at the moment for me, I've just been that shining example of a team that have been growing with the competition. And Filippo, I mean, that was a moment that prior to that, about a minute prior to that yesterday, he was just staying alive constantly for his team and getting kills, coming back. I mean, he is honestly, for me, the MVP at the moment of Humble. And, you know, in regards to kind of this matchup, we haven't really seen it very much, I'll be honest. It's been a rarity, actually, to see Humble go up against Zeta. In the BSC, though, back in February, it did happen in the semi-finals, and Zeta got the win. You know, it happened as well in the Challenge season last time round in Season 3, and again, a 3-2 scoreline, but Zeta got the win. I think today, Humble are going to be able to turn things around and finally show Zeta what's up.
Yeah, I feel like I don't want to dangle the carrot too much for Zeta fans because unfortunately they cannot qualify for the Challenge Finals. So again, like we said about SK Gaming, this is a little bit like competitive reps on the main stage, a chance to basically prove yourself and a chance to show everyone that you still mean business going into BSC. So these predictions that we've had, Trav, a little bit wayward up to this point, just so you know. I backed Humble yesterday. Thanks very much. I think I backed Zeta, but, you know, comb through the VOD, nevertheless. It seems like our teams that we had high expectations for are finally adjusting, though.
Yeah, it seems like eventually they're getting going, but just way too little, way too late. And at this point, it's just not going to be good for any of those teams. I do, however, feel like Zeta Division might be able to win today. I think, you know, Humble, they've been on maybe a little bit too much of a roll for how well they've been performing throughout the year, and I feel like Zeta might want to shut that short. You know, although they can't qualify to those Challenge Finals, they've got to prove themselves. They've got to make teams at World Finals afraid to face them, because that fear factor is such a big thing heading onto the global stage.
That mental game. We continually talk about the mental game. So let's keep talking about it. Coming into this match, Sonny, we would maybe give the edge, or I would maybe give the edge to Humble coming into this, because not only did they defeat the top of the leaderboard at the time, Nouns Esports, but they did it in spectacular fashion.
They certainly did, but so did Zeta Division win yesterday. Both come out with a 3-0, so have some momentum in their hands. Let's see who can bring it to the table today once again. I just kind of have to go with Zeta Division also because the bingo balls are telling me to.
Indeed.
At the same time, we had 3 teams that have been looking the strongest so far within this season. Nouns, Foot and Humble. And the other 2 already lost today in quite a dominating fashion as well. Humble has to face the same fate now, in my opinion. VN and Totem showed them how to do it. Zeta Division can follow their footsteps now. But I'm going to return to this and figure out what I'm actually predicting.
Indeed. You drew Zeta Division at the beginning of the show, so now it is time for you to show us what your scoreline prediction is as a ball goes flying across the floor, and that is it. What do you have?
Of course, it's going to be another sweep. Zeta Division coming in with a 3-0 sweep against Humble.
Zeta Division 3-0 sweep against Humble. Ark, what are you saying?
I think it might be a sweep the other way.
For a Humble
I'm still backing my boys. No, I mean,
every team is your boys.
Every team.
No, I've been quite vocal about Humble and a bit uncertain as the season's gone about them. I've been often kind of siding against them, but I mean, yesterday really impressed me. I mean, it's taken me a while, but you know, being backstage as well, you know, looking back through a lot of the plays and just breaking things down, and you know, I'm really enjoying this new refined synergy they have with Filippo coming into the mix. And I mean, hopefully for them today they keep that kind of thing up, but I think certainly it has been a big affecting factor. I've got the draft coming in as well for Gold on Gulch. Now the bands being Buster, Tick and Nanny for Humble. The first pick of Mandy. And we know how I feel about that. It's not too late, is it? Change my mind? For Zeta, the Shelly, the Tick and the Nanny band, and Eve and Meg. And we know how Trav feels about Meg.
Go on, Trav. Continue and tell us your prediction for this match, my friend.
Oh, I mean, going a little bit off meta at the moment, to be honest with you, all the sweeps and all the 3-1s. I'm going to go 3-2 to Zeta. I think it's going to be a bit closer than a lot of the other games that we've had over the past couple of game days. Eve, Meg, I hate Meg, we know this. Eve, I'm fine, you know, take Eve. It's a very solid pick. Brock going to be the next pick from Humble, clearly going for this range approach in comparison to Zeta Division, who kind of just maybe want to just spam them down a bit.
Trav and Sonny, please make your way over to the caster desk so that we can continue our final match of the day, of day 6. After this match, there's only 1 remaining for each of our teams to try and qualify for the Challenge Finals. So for the final time today, to better your position going into the final day of this Challenge season, it is time for Zeta Division versus Humble.
Gonna give you the honor to talk about the draft first.
Lou coming in. I mean, we know how good Lou is. We know how I feel about Lou. Incredible brawler at the moment. Hypercharge, pretty much just so solid. Instant freeze is definitely something that you want on a game mode like Knockout. But at the same time, we've seen Knockout today. We've seen Lou played, and the amount of times that it was actually viable, the amount of times it came into play, it just wasn't enough to make the brawler that solid.
To me, Humble now really picked up a comp that will shine in the second and third round. Breaking up the map first with Brock, then coming in with the Mendy super and a low super, potentially even a hypercharge, giving them 2, maybe, immediate deaths or kills there right from the get-go. So even if they lose the first one, they're going to win the second and third round. Very strong comp there from them. Zeta tried to counteract that a tiny little bit, going with the G now, but with a wide open map, Mendy and Lou are just going to look way stronger than they even to Meg.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just a question of whether or not that Zeta are just going to be able to build up some supers, build up some momentum throughout that first round. That's the question. Like, I agree with you. Second and third rounds should definitely go the way of Humble. But if Zeta can build up some momentum, you know, build up those supers further than the side of Humble, I think they're going to be just fine. Getting into the game then. First game of this match. It will be Humble. Will it be Zeta coming out on top? Well, we will see very shortly. Standing still, Luki's going to get that range advantage and a quick break of that top bush coming in from Brock.
And I'm sorry for Humble, but as the Bingo Balls have spoken, Zeta's gonna sweep them anyway, so the draft doesn't even matter. Despite having picked up a good comp here, Zeta is gonna come out on top with 3-0 sweep, of course. Now we're pushing the bet quite heftily in the mid now. Garrett just trying to get a super, as you do with G.
Yeah, just playing it slow. Peppering them down from the range. Meow just levitating across this water back and forward against Cyclone, evading his shots quite nicely. Now, he's not really done too much so far, but he really doesn't want to be feeding this Lou. He doesn't want to be feeding super, so the map can be broken up even more. Just playing for the late game is probably the smart thing to do with Meg.
Looks like to me like Cyclone is playing Rocket Laces, not able to break the map with a gadget, just waiting for a super. Maybe the better call here against Garo on that Gene. Smoke is slowly coming in now, and that's when Zeta's comp is going to shine even more. Tanky, Meg, and Garo with a super now, getting one takedown, second one falling as well. Filippo, the last man standing, deciding to go in smoke, despite Meow and Garo both already have their supers for the second round, but so do Filippo. Filippo, he's the only one on the side of Humble, not like we hoped for the side of Humble.
Gene Pool ready to roll. Vengeful Spirits did come out as well. Cyclone's so low, but some good tanks coming in from his teammates, but it's just not going to be off. Filippo's going to fall. Baby's coming in as well. I mean, Cyclone's going to have to shoot, and although a Mandy super comes out, just not really going to be happening for Humble in this one. Chiaro with the pull does get the kill as well. And Zeta Division going to take game number 1 in a very, very convincing fashion.
And if they continue to play as convincingly as they just did, they can actually make this 3-0 sweep happen. So maybe the Bingo Balls are strong again. Let's see though, I did see some moments where Humble could have been shining. They just need a bit more supers, and they struggle quite a bit against Zeta Division to get those. Zeta playing the long game, just waiting for the smoke to come in, trying to get those supers without actually feeding their opponents, and it's just how they should be playing the set.
Yeah, well, Vengeful Spirit came out of Garo there, just went towards Cyclone, didn't really get too much done, but now a good push coming through from Naui, healing up as well with that gadget. Luki's so low on this Mandy here. Cyclone falls down to one shot as well, but now he's going to drop out of that mech, and that is not going to be good for Zeta Division, but at the same time, they've already picked up a couple of kills. Meow's going to get another one as well, and although we said they were going to be doing so well off the start, it seems it's the opposite.
At this point, I'm confused as to which gadget is Cyclone playing. It could have jumped out of the way there, decided not to. Maybe didn't hit the button, and he's playing the other gadget after all. Confusion anyways. Luki has his super now, just waiting for the smoke to come in. Or is he gonna try the impossible 1v3? He is gonna wait a little longer. Meow gets his super. In the end, he does end up dying to the smoke, so I don't know exactly why he was waiting it out. But Humble now down to the last round, potentially. If Zeta Division takes this one as well, they're getting the first set.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think if you ran backwards, it maybe provided G super, which might be that bit worse than these babies coming in. Gadget, super going to come down from Filippo, going to cycle that super as well. Hypercharge going to be burned down though, and not going to have that same value in it. This is what we mean. When he can get that super, when he can build it up, he's going to be perfectly fine, but now he's going to drop out a mech there as well, and Cyclone still healthy. Through comes that super from Luki as well. Going to use that quite nicely, get a good connection onto Meow, but it didn't really do too much. He is going to fall now though, but now there's not really much he can do. He's just going to provide Cyclone's super, and that's not going to be too helpful for the coming round. But Filippo's got his as well. Garo with the pull is going to be the difference maker, I feel.
Luki really making this Mendy work. 2 takedowns, then Cyclone following up, getting a super, able to open up the map now. Garo just waiting for the opportunity though to get that Gene pull going. Filippo can't be too far away from another hypercharge, seeing that he's cycling supers like crazy at the moment. We're kind of playing from right to left right now, just a standoff as we're used to see in Knockout.
Yeah, well, Does have that super again. Luki's been making great use of these so far, but the gene pull is definitely something that they've got to be scared of. Meow can get some babies, it's going to be very solid as well. Those single projectile brawlers coming out of Cyclone, and obviously up top as well, Luki with the Mandy is not going to be that solid. Went for the little gadget through the wall to try to get the slow onto Gero, and super to follow up, but couldn't really find it. And now with him using that, it definitely kind of favors Zeta towards this late game, but Filippo with this super still might be waiting for the hypercharge to get most value out of it.
Humble needs to get a kill very soon, otherwise the Zeta Division comp just looks very, very strong as soon as the smoke comes in. The tanky Meg, the pull from Gero, getting the takedown onto Luki. Now a 3v2 situation for the side of Zeta Division. Can they get it in the end? And they do, as both Cyclone and Luki have been falling in the end. Very well played by Zeta Division there, claiming the victory over this first set in a very convincing fashion, not even giving a single game to Humble.
I mean, Gero being the main man there, got 2 gene pulls in the closing seconds of that last deciding round for that game. It was really, really nice for him to be able to do that. Pulled the second one back into the zone. First one, Mandy straight through a wall. There's not really a lot they can do about that at close range without the super. And you see there as well, just really great pressure all the way around, or all game long. From Zeta Division, I should say. We've seen a little bit of a pushback from Humble in that round there, but it just wasn't really enough. Didn't get enough value out of that Lu super, I feel, as well. And a slight mispositioning, I feel, there from Luki to be able to be pulled so easily by the Gene.
I did like both comps, but this time around Zeta Division really looked like they came back off not the best weeks in the last 2 weeks. Yesterday they already came out with a very good 3-0 result in the end, and it seems like this week 3 is finally where they start to shine. They knew exactly how they were supposed to play this comp, just waiting it out for the smoke to come in, and that's when they are shining the most, not feeding that Brock super, the Lu super. I think Filippo only had hypercharge once on that Lu, so that's definitely all thanks to Zeta Division not feeding them.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta Division genuinely did play that very, very well. It's kind of not really what we've been seeing from them all season long, and it's quite refreshing to see it. Obviously, going one set up against Humble, who've been performing brilliantly throughout this entire season, is not something that many people will have expected here either. Zeta Division just looking... They just look pretty solid at the moment. As you said, I don't think the drafts were that far apart. I don't think Humble, by any means, had a bad draft. I just feel like Zeta Division played that better, played better as a team, and I think that Gene was definitely a saving grace to be that last pick.
And we talked about it so often today already that the incentive for the side of Zeta Division might just be a bit bigger. They can take this one still as a training cave in a way for World Finals, whereas Humble still standing strongly at the first spot now with Foot and Nouns losing their games today. They could be claiming the top 1 seed, but even if they don't, they're going to be in the finals. Anyways, we're going to head into our second draft today. Here, Hot Potato is going to be it, and the draft is coming quickly. Here we have Chuck, Cordelius, and Lu on the side of Zeta Division. A lot of control, tank counters, and Chuck to do some damage.
Yeah, I mean, the Jesse and Ruffs on the other side. Obviously, the break is going to be there from the Ruffs, but they're going to have something to go along with it. Colt's still available if they really do want to break up that map. But I think even at that, it's not really going to be that solid. They've got a Lu, they've got this Cordelius, and the Chuck just going back and forwards. It doesn't really matter if the map's open or closed for the Chuck, because he's just going to be chugging back and forwards. They're going to go with a Tara, though. That's Humble's last pick. And, I mean, if they can deal with the Chuck, they're going to be perfectly fine. But we've seen some teams being able to do decently against it. Some teams have kind of just completely folded as soon as they've seen it.
I do feel like Tara's a wise call there to just defend the Chuck as well. When Tara's a super ready, she can defend him quite easily, taking him off that possibility to just dash back and forward. And at the same time, they do have some damage in their hands with that Jessie pickup. Of course, going to be able to get some hypercharge eventually, putting it down to save, dealing a great amount of damage. And in both sides, we only really have the Jessie and maybe the Tara that do some damage. On the other side, it's only really Chuck. The other two are more defensively. So this is not going to be as much of a base race as we just seen in the previous match.
I mean, to be fair, letting Chuck do all the work on safe and just playing these two controlling defensive roles isn't the worst of ideas anyway. Has another flagpole to set up. Just throwing it down there, getting ready to go towards that safe. Gero's going to get cleaned up pretty swiftly, though. Filippo going to be able to spawn in these support from beyond, which do a lot of damage to the safe, but with Gero respawning, it shouldn't really do too much.
Filippo putting another stove of pets on the safe. Jesse turret comes down as well, and with that, Humble takes solo lead already, a whopping 50% already taken off of the safe off the side of Zeta Division. Now Noe tries to do some damage himself, only gets 20% done, but with a single push of Chuck, 20% isn't bad.
Yeah, I mean, you can't complain about that whatsoever. Meow's going to bring Filippo into the Shadow Realm here as well. Chuck went forward towards that safe yet again, but It's actually Filippo and Cyclone in the better positions to do the damage, and with him coming out of this Shadow Realm here, maybe some support from Beyond would have helped, but he actually is going to throw down a Jesse turret here, energize onto it as well, going to use that hypercharge as well, brings it down to 1%, and as quickly as that, Humble ready to fight back.
We'll cross that. It is base race after all. Humble just getting the save completely destroyed with 2 pushes alone. Great work there by Filippo with the Terra, certainly putting 2 pets down immediately, or 2 triples of pets down immediately at the start. And then also just the Lu that is there to defend, but can't really get the hypercharge at all in this set. So far, Lu doesn't work out for Zeta Vision or for any of the 2 sides as well as we expected.
Yeah, definitely not working as well as it has for past teams, but Chuck instantly setting up these checkpoints. And I mean, it didn't really do too much at all in the last game, and instantly 15% taken off the Zeta Division safe. Make that 20 as Filippo carries on his aggression. Jesse going forwards here as well, making some great moves. Without his turret, not much damage is really going to come down. 1% has been dealt onto the Humble safe, and a wall break comes down to help out this Jesse.
Now we now in safe, trying to do some damage once again, trying to get his super to get out of the way, and Cyclone can't get him down. Actually, no, he's surviving that one. Taken out in the end by Luki there in mid, but still putting some damage and some pressure onto them. So far, Zeta Vision is in the lead though. It's just a small one, 4%, but if they can carry this one all the way to the end, getting some more damage in with Jock now, they can actually win this game.
Yeah, that's the thing, defensive turret with Jesse's not going to be where Luki wants to put it, but Filippo does have this pull. Cordelia's just waiting to bring him into that Shadow Realm as soon as he wants to use it. Another break coming down, get rid of some of the walls, some of the bushes. But, you know, Chuck's not trying to hide anyway. He's just going straight for that safe, and he's getting a lot of damage whilst doing it as well. Now he's going to go back to that center and land directly onto Luki. But this turret, this Tara, they're going to do a lot of damage. Luckily cleaned up whilst in the Shadow Realm.
Zeta Division still in the lead here, but now Luki and Cyclone both pushing up there. Luki can't be too far away of this turret as well. Doesn't even get it yet. Now we again with a great push on to save Filippo. This time around sweeps him off his feet immediately, having that Terra super ready, so crucial to defend the Chuck.
Oh, I mean, he went for the hypercharge, but the communication with Meow clearly wasn't on point there. Didn't manage to get the stun down, and the Cordelia super was used. Now he's going to go in again and actually get a kill, help them out a bit in this mid. 19% left, whereas 50% still on that Zeta Division side. Just not having the same luck with the positioning that Filippo and Luki are getting in this one. Cyclone going to break down this wall, and Meow just looking for an option to go forwards again, but now he's going to open up the room for him, finish off that safe. And Zeta Division take a game, even and out. Hot potato.
Bit of a longer game this time around, both teams playing it very defensively. Zeta Division just playing it a bit better this time around, putting the Chuck purely on offense, and then the other 2 just defending any aggression. Humble were showing them in the first game, got immediately turned down in this second one. And with that, Zeta Division on their way to claiming their second set, potentially. Humble though still looking to even out things in sets as well.
Checkpoint 1 ready to roll. Now he's going to set up another one here as well. Should get a little bit of a hit onto Luki, but actually doesn't there in the mid. Tara going straight to this safe, and support from Beyond should be coming in shortly as well. Does. Gets a bit of tanking value, but Meow going straight towards Filippo yet again. Might be able to pick him up. Does just that. Gets his super as well, and Zeta cleaning up the mid. Going towards safe and getting some damage as well. Brilliant control from Zeta, and some great damage to go along with it too.
Humble with the early lead, but now Chuck with damage gear and Gero and safe as well, giving Zeta the Division the lead once again. And now we have Noe just going in immediately as he sees that all 3 members of Humble are pushed up quite aggressively. He sees an opening and he gets some more damage onto safe, respawning now, being very close to super once again. Luki finally has a Jesse turret, can't place it in time though onto safe. Still not that much damage on the side of Humble, and Noe and Meow both again just surrounding the safe.
Tara's going to go forwards, get some damage onto safe. Support from Beyond comes in, but cleaned up quite nicely there from Now. He wants to go forward again, has the super ready to go and uses it. That's another 5% off safe, but a defensive turret is being used. But Zeta Division just seems to be defending a bit better there. Super comes out of Meow as well. Gets the double, beautiful from him. Gero now pushing forwards. Chuck ready to roll as soon as he gets his super, has it. But with 3 people around that safe, he thinks better of going in at the moment.
With that double kill from Meow now, Zeta Division standing strongly in mid. No, he sees an opportunity to get some more damage and to save Gero with hypercharge now this time around. Will be able to clean up quite nicely, defend that one. Filippo with the super. Maybe Humble can still turn things around here if they get a good push in. All 3 of them now trying to deal some damage and to save. Luki gets stunned though, doesn't get taken out in the end. Meow is falling as well. All 3 members of Humble still in a great position.
Oh, now goes Nowie, though. He goes straight onto safe, but the aggression coming in. Base Race is the decider that Humble want to go for, but back comes Nowie, cleans up surely. And in the Shadow Realm, Cyclone 7%. Surely this has got to be going the way. Super comes down, Gero throws it on, 25 seconds left. Another Super cycled out as well, and even that burned down damage might have finished it. But Zeta Division clean up, and 2-0 up against Humble.
That was a very tough fight in that last game. Could have went either way. Honestly, I could not have told you which team is going to come out on top in the end there. We did have some great shining moments from the side of Humble. Noe there in the end, I didn't know if it was a very wise choice to come back and just stick to the save, making a base race out of it. But it actually worked out quite nicely. Noe cleaning up there, getting some more damage onto safe, and then Gero getting the last shot. The one important shot to get the last 2%. Zeta Division now in the lead, 2-0 up.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta Division looking so good right now. First game, they just seem to be on top of things, Humble, but from there, it just all fell downhill, and now he started to be a bit more accustomed to the chuck, I feel, started going in at the correct times rather than just forcing it, and just letting Gero and Meow defend. You know, they really didn't make that many attempts towards safe unless it was crystal clear that they could get towards it and get some damage in. So I liked the play that Zeta did. First one seemed a bit scrappy, but from there, the adaptations were made, and it looked really good.
I'm still very undecided about how to feel about this chuck. Sometimes it works out brilliantly like it did now for Zeta Division. I really love the idea of Humble there. Coming in with the Terra was a sneaky little idea, just pulling him away from the save, and Filippo did manage to get him away of the objective quite often, but it wasn't enough in the end. So Chuck, maybe he's really good balance at the moment. We only ever see him in Heist, even though he's a new brawler. He hasn't been showing up on every single map and mode.
Yeah, well, we are heading on to Shooting Star yet again. It's been that third map of pretty much every single game. Well, not pretty much every single game this day. And we do have that draft in. Tick, Piper, and Nanny were banned out by Humble. And then the bans of Zeta Division were the Pam, the Lou, and the Colette. First pick of the Meg, but then return picks of the 8-Bit and Sprout.
Do you like to see the 8-Bit come out once again this time from Humble? They work out great for Team Queso just before that. Let's see how well they can do with it. Zeta Division now, are they going to pick up a Byron and just basically copy what we've just seen? This time it's a Sprout instead of the Tick, but so far we have the same exact draft. Now Bell coming out of Zeta Division, still going kind of along with the same pattern. I do like a good Bell on this map, but Meg, will she be able to do anything when she doesn't have a healer in the back?
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, I feel like against the Sprout, yes, but against the 8-Bit, it's going to be really difficult when the damage starts to roll in with the damage booster, and obviously the ranger's not going to be there for you either for the side of Zeta Division here. Bell's going to have a lot of work to do, but I do like that Bell pick into the 8-Bit. I think that's pretty smart coming in from Zeta Division, to be honest. They're going to need some aggression to be able to deal with the Sprout sitting behind this wall. It's going to be the Carl. But are we going to see more of the same from what we saw of OP coming in for Zeta Division here, or is it going to be a bit more controlled?
Apart from the Bell for the Byron, we have the same exact comp coming out of Zeta Division now, and it didn't work out for SK. Why go with the same thing? Maybe they know how to play it better. Maybe they want to prove to us that they do. I would have loved to see a Grom or something incoming though, just getting rid of that 8-Bit turret. Also, thrower against thrower in mids. Then, of course, Carl is going to be able to do some work against the Sprout, but as soon as Sprout has a wall, he's even better against the Carl than the Tick, because you can always just throw your wall onto him, getting him out of the super. RT is going to come in here as last pick from the side of Humble. One of those brawlers that is being picked up every single time on Shooting Star, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, RT is just so strong. On pretty much, you know, the majority of long-range maps, the hacks can be really solid with the gadget, finishing off kills, and obviously marking players up without really needing the super like you do a Bell. Increasing that damage is definitely a huge thing as well, especially when you've got a Sprout and you can make those combo plays, you know, when they feel they're safe, but then a Sprout throws a shot over the wall and you're pretty much doomed. But no, I do like both of these comps here. I think if this Zeta Division comp's played well, then I think it can work.
I'm just a bit scared that really all three teams that are at the top at the moment, Humble, Foot and Nouns, lose today in a 3-0 sweep. What have the other teams been doing in the last 2 weeks? We're going to head into our potentially lost set already. Looking very strong at the moment. Zeta Division did pick up the blue star there, of course, with the Carl. Humble now pushing them back quite heftily.
Yeah, well, Gero just trying to stay behind this wall. Doesn't really fancy this long-range encounter with the 8-Bit waiting. Well, obviously, when he gets his super, he'll fancy it and going with the flying hook, but at the moment, nothing really coming out of it. 2 nest eggs placed on that left-hand side and a little bit of a rotation from the Bell from the left to the mid to face off against this 8-Bit, which is a smart choice.
Luki gets tapped up there quite nicely. Noe putting the mark also on that tanky 8-Bit. Definitely a good choice there. And still we have Humble pushing Zeta back all the way into spawn. Can they get a takedown though? Instead, Cyclone is falling. 3-0 now for Zeta Vision. They extend their lead in only 1 minute left on the clock for Humble.
Oh, Filippo might have overstayed his welcome here. Gero's going to go aggressive, and surely they're going to be able to pick up two. Filippo throws a wall down on Gero, knocks him back, and he doesn't even get one. Both Luki and Filippo survive that one out somehow, some way. But they actually do manage to do it. Still marked up, though, not feeling too safe from Filippo. You know with the snap of Gero's fingers he can go down, but a good hack coming in from Cyclone to get the kill. Flying hook activated, but Gero choosing not to use it.
Oh, and with that, Luki also gets a takedown onto Meow now. They are in the lead, 4 stars. Only Cyclone needs to fall, and Zeta could turn things around here. Luki gets another takedown though. Now they need 2. Meow trying to go in aggressively on the left-hand side. Gets pinched by Filippo and Cyclone on the right side. We only have Noe left there. Can't really do much against Luki. Still standing strong despite being marked up. 10 seconds now. Another takedown onto Noe. 11-3. This must be over for Zeta.
Yeah, much better from Humble in this one. But I can't help but feel Zeta Vision should have had a couple of kills when they were all so vulnerable, and they couldn't even get one of the 2 that were there, putting the pressure on. I feel like that was just a little bit embarrassing for Zeta Vision to come out with no kills and actually lose the lead on top of it as well.
We really have similar comps like the game we just witnessed. Just before that, we now have a Bell instead of a Byron. We have an RT instead of a Mendy and a Sprout instead of a Tick. And I do like the Sprout and the RT even better, so Humble kind of...
I mean, I guess it just depends on who's playing what and what teams are going to be able to excel with certain brawlers. If we see the slightest of changes from Zeta Vision, I firmly believe that they're going to be able to bring this one back. But if not, then Humble are definitely going to continue this aggression and get this lead back once again. Nest eggs this time on the right-hand side. And Filippo's done a little bit of an adjustment, moved over there, and Gero should react to that and slide over.
Filippo gets targeted there. Taps into a bell trap. Slowed, still able to survive that interaction there. Luki pushing up quite aggressively. He knows he needs to get that 8-bit turret. Filippo taps onto another bell trap. All 3 members of Zeta Vision low though, falling back into spawn, back into the left-hand side corner. Luki overextends there a tiny bit, falls. Probably Filippo now falling as well, as he's the last man standing on that right-hand side, getting pinched by Noe. And Meow has a wall, survives it. Still only a 3-star lead, make it 1 now, as they do get a takedown. It's only Blue Star now, and Humble takes over the lead.
I mean, they don't get the kills they should at the time, and then they really desire the kills and end up losing the lead because of it. And frankly, Zeta Vision just aren't playing it well whatsoever. They're at less of a disadvantage this time, but with this damage booster in such a good spot and no thrower to take it down, it's going to be really difficult for them to bring this back.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. Zeta Vision had it in the bag. They just need to lean back a tiny little bit more, prove a bit of patience, and they could have won this one. 30 seconds left on the clock now. They only need a single kill. Belmark missing his target. Cyclone still standing strongly in mid there. And the time is slowly tickling down there. Meow, not even in mech. This is going to be a tough one for Zeta.
Yeah, and I mean, with this wall, it pretty much only leaves one pathway for Gero to walk through, and that is one where Filippo is going to be spamming. Carl in a bit of a tough situation now, but Cyclone does get hit. Mech comes back in now as well, but the wall straight over that mid portion of the map, all coming around the right-hand side, but still time to make a turnaround. Flying hook used over to the left-hand side. Spin coming in now as well. This has got to be a big play coming in from them. The Soul gets the kill, and 2 go down. Zeta Division bring it back in the final seconds and move on to a match point.
Crazy plays there. I was so certain that Humble would turn things around now, but Zeta Vision still on top in the end, making this one a match point, actually making it quite a big possibility to ending this one at a 3-0.
I mean, this is definitely the case, and I feel like they should have won both of these games already. So them actually having this game in the bag and still having another one to play, I feel like Zeta Vision might be able to close it out here in a quick little 3-0. But we'll see if that is the case. Obviously, Blue Star going the way of Zeta, but it's the game they play from now that's the influential part.
Let's see if Zeta Division this time around can hold their patience. Humble kind of broke down in the end. They're all falling to the left-hand side. They're certainly not going to do that mistake again. They know it all comes down to this last round of Shooting Star, if they can prolong or not. Great shots coming in from Luki. Already has his third this time around, much quicker than in the previous round. Will it help them to get the victory in the end?
A little nest egg on Filippo there, and another one following up from that as well. But Gero choosing not to go for this. I might go for it now, actually, and that might be punished. It's more of the same here. Does manage to make it out this time, but I feel like he was just going for something that didn't need to be gone for at that point. Another nest egg placed here, and this time they are still in the lead. Blue Star is the decider so far, but Zeta Vision being pressured heavily by Humble.
Cyclone struggling a bit on the left-hand side against Meow there. Meow doing so much work for Zeta. The only hope they still have to come out of spawn, really, only on the left-hand side. Now push back all the way into the left-hand side corner. Luki and Filippo doing so much work on the right there, but Filippo falls. Great taps coming in from Noe, tapping up Luki as well. Has to fall back there, gets even marked up and comes out. Being one shot, he still decides to walk in front of Noe's shot.
I mean, the cleanup on the left-hand side as well. It's 7-0 now, and it's pretty much going to have to be a team wipe to turn this one around because they've got the blue star as well. The booster comes down, and a bit of speed comes along with it. Might move it further up, but Garrow's going aggressive. That's going to be a guaranteed kill right there. Has the spin as well. Cyclone being his next target, and might choose to just go aggressive to be able to deflate the rest of this push. But still 17 seconds left. There's more than enough time on the clock for them to be able to do it, but they've got to get everybody and maybe even more. All very low, but Garrow managed to have healed up by now. No flying hooks left, but he's got a spin. Down goes Luki, and Zeta Vision going to take this win 3-0. And the Titans of SPS Season 4 have all fallen in one day.
Great place there in the end by Zeta Division, and with that, all three teams that have been standing at the top have been beaten today in a 3-0 arc. Certainly has to say something about it.
I mean, again, the Bulls have spoken. We've got a new predictions master, I feel, here in the studio, haven't we? I mean, say less. I think this is a good thing, though, in terms of storylines going into tomorrow. I mean, this is opening things up nicely in a way that's, it's the gift that keeps on giving. Everyone is just starting to pull their weight now and make good up on lost time. For Humble, though, they just couldn't quite get in this game, and it was kind of hard to see, in these moments, especially in Bounty, where they had that lead and could have maybe taken things a bit further, but it was a calculated push from Zeta that really won it for them.
Another sweep going the other way. What an amazing performance from Zeta Division. I mean, I've got to say, seems like they're back. And with that, there's only one match remaining for each of our competitors in the challenge season. That has gone by very, very quickly. So let's kick things off and talk about knockout. Now, Gero landing his shots, essential for knockout, obviously. It's almost all based on skill set, less so, I would say. I'd say it's one of the game modes that's kind of less based on synergy, more based on how skillful are you at following through with your shots. And Gero smashed it, Trav.
I mean, that man on Gene is, you don't mess with him. His positioning was solid as well, but I feel like also Humble players just didn't play that set very well. Gero might have got the pulls, but why are you standing on the other side of a wall when he's got a pull as a Mandy? Like, he three-shots you. Like, there's got to be something going through your head saying I'm in the wrong position here. Regardless of how well Gero played it, I feel like there was some extremely big slip-ups from Humble all the way throughout this series.
Sonny. We saw Chuck on Heist again, and I was like, oh, here we go. But it seemed like they had the perfect counter for it. It seemed like Humble just, had the number, they were prepared, and then it all kind of fell apart. Game 2, map 3, Zeta managed to kind of let it click with Chuck, and Trav was disappointed again.
Once again, Chuck being the one that comes out the top in Heist, I'm really uncertain as to what I should think of him. Sometimes he works out perfectly like intended, just rushing through, getting the damage in. In the first game, it did look like Humble had the perfect answer though. They did just rush safe with the Terror Pets, almost had enough damage onto it. And also those pulls from Filippo being timed very well, just targeting that Chuck, did work out in the first game. I felt like, okay, they have it in the bag. And then Zeta Division somehow turning things around. That's what their strength is.
We're seeing this kind of weird determination from these bottom of the barrel teams in terms of in the challenge season. Obviously going into BSC, they're going to be competing as well. So obviously they want to show up in these competitive matches online. But ultimately, do you feel like the teams that are currently sitting on 4 wins towards the top of the pack are just getting complacent, or they're just chilling with their feet up?
I feel like, they've done a lot of their hard work already, haven't they? Like, they can afford to, let's be honest. But, that #1 seed now is a bit in question as to what way that's going to be able to go. And I think that is going to be another storyline leading into tomorrow that we're going to be having to keep our eye on, because it's not just about now Reply Totem and V and esporting. It's about what happens with just now everyone who was a 4-1 now on a 2-4, 4-2 rather. So that is definitely something to be considering. But these teams that have been down the bottom, I mean, it's good that we are starting to see some of them making good on lost time. But again, for Zeta, going to be a bit too little too late.
After those first few weeks, it did seem like we were going to have a couple of teams just absolutely smashing their way through the challenge season and possibly see some 7-0s. But yeah, like you said, it's kind of starting to even up a little bit. We've got the leaderboard to show you so that you can stay up to date with everything that's going on, leading into tomorrow's final day of the challenge season, because I want Trav to take us through this and obviously point out, let's say, the obvious, which is going to be Reply Totem and VN. That could be shifting the wait
I mean,
tomorrow.
it's a thing of beauty, isn't it, really, this leaderboard?
I
So
think
many
VNs
4
have
and
been
2s.
first on here. It's confused me a little bit, but yeah, sorry, continue.
I mean, so many 4 and 2s coming through here as well. And it's the Reply Totem versus VN Esporting game tomorrow that's the big one. That's going to put a head-to-head, and then depending on the rest of our teams, we might have a pretty big tiebreaker for that, depending on what results they get. But you can see from there, we're pretty much saying goodbye to the bottom 3 teams already today, and that's as sad as it is to say goodbye to Zeta and SK, and Team Queso.
Thank you.
And Team Queso.
Boys.
Sad to say bye the boys.
Why guys?
This guy's boys. It's sad to see them go, but their seasons just haven't been good enough to be able to put them forwards to those challenge finals. They don't deserve to be there. So as sad as I am to see them at the bottom, it's where they belong.
Savage. But if you've missed all of the matches today and you want to catch up with any of the action going into the final day tomorrow, make sure that you follow us on social media. That is at ESL Mobile. Just check the lower third on your screen so that you can see which variation of it is attached to the platform of your choice. Now, having said that, you may be asking yourselves, tomorrow, the challenge season ends, but what do our final matchups look like? We're going to get the schedule on your screen very, very shortly. And Sunny, Stats with Sunny, I want you to talk me through them because some of these matches are just going to be a great way to end out the challenge season nevertheless, but there is one in particular that we've already spoken about that really is going to hit it home for all of us, and I'm going to want you to take us through it in a sec, because the schedule is going to come up on our screens after this lower third disappears from my face. Here we go. Let's go, Sunny.
You're going to have to wait all the way to the third match of tomorrow's match day to actually know which will be our final 4 for the finals. With Team Queso versus Zeta Vision at the start, Team Queso did not beat SK Gaming today. They could have still potentially made it into the finals, but with them losing today, this tomorrow is again just Zeta Vision trying to get some training reps in for World Finals. So that SK Gaming now playing against Nouns Esports. If they're going to face the same fate as today, Nouns Esports going to lose once again because they can lean back, right? So does VN Esporting though. If they get the win tomorrow against Totem, they are in the final 4. If Totem wins, they are in the final 4. So that's the match we're looking out for. Foots then playing against Humble, 2 teams that are leaning back at the moment. Who's going to come out on top there? Nobody knows.
Really excited to see that Foot versus Humble match as well. It'll be a good one to end out the challenge season. But yes, of course, all eyes will be glued to the VN Esporting going up against Reply Totem. That is for sure. Sunny, I'm going to stay with you as we talk about our final thoughts for the day. We did make some predictions earlier on in the season when we were talking about who we predicted would be our 4 teams to go through to the challenge finals. As memory serves, I feel like your predictions are looking pretty good right now. Am I right in saying so? Do you remember?
Yeah, I get the top 3 right. Humble, Nouns, and
Humble, Nouns, and Foot.
That are in the top 3 now. I said VN. Ref said Totem.
I'm pretty sure I said SK.
Best team in the world, mate.
Never mind then. Okay, Ark and me both sticking to VN. Totem has still the potential to make it. In the end, today, my highlight was literally the 3 best teams all along losing all the way, and it's in a 3-0 sweep as well. Already yesterday, Zeta Vision finally pulling out the big guns, but it's just way too late. And compared to Season 3, where we just had 3 2s, which I absolutely loved, to have some more games, some more maps to see, now so many 3-0s, I'm kind of sad about that, honestly.
Trav, talking about Reply Totem versus VN tomorrow, kind of the talking point, let's be honest, at the end of the show. What are your thoughts leaning into that?
Oh, why do I get the tough questions? I'm getting some really tough questions. I'm not, to be honest, I really don't know. I think it's really even at the moment. Like, Reply Totem have all of a sudden decided, you know what, we're going to show up. We want to play in the Challenge Finals. We missed out on last season entirely, never mind the Challenge Finals. They're definitely going to want to be there to try and reclaim their crown. But I think VN Esporting definitely have what it takes to be able to take them down, especially with their performance today.
Oh, have you had a certain kind of surprise turnout, maybe of the season or from today? Who do you feel like has really shone?
I think for me, for esports, I wanted a bit more from them today, actually, considering how consistent they've been up until now. But again, that final match of tomorrow is still quite important regarding seeding. That Humble versus Foot esports match is definitely worth sticking around for, that 4th and final one, because ultimately, you know, that is going to make a bit of a difference there. But, you know, for me, yeah, I felt like they were maybe just a bit lacking today, and I kind of wanted to see a bit more. But ultimately, tomorrow, I'm sure they'll bring it back to the table. But, you know, this season has been definitely not what I would have expected coming into it. I know I say it every single challenge day, but it really does amaze me, like, how much can change going between seasons, and especially with the World Finals around the corner. You know, it's just not what I was expecting.
Yeah, but we love it when it kind of goes against the grain because it's a bit of shock, a bit of excitement. And I guess there's nothing else left to say, but thank you for watching day 6 of the challenge season. Like we've been hammering home, tomorrow is going to be our final day of the challenge season. It's going to be a corker. Thank you so much to everyone who has taken part in this broadcast. For everyone, you know, production, to my fellow talent, to all the players, thank you so much for everything. And of course, to all of the viewers at home for watching your favorite teams and for supporting them both in the chat and on social media, and of course by watching the stream itself. Tomorrow, it's going to be a big day, and the biggest part of tomorrow, once again, Reply Totem versus VN Esporting. It's all going to end, and 4 teams will qualify for the challenge finals where they will battle for $39,000. My name is Barney, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right. to get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt,